just start and then go from there. It's scary though, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so underneath this painting is a full other painting from college that I painted over. I feel a little guilty because I actually liked that painting a little bit, but I needed a canvas this size and it was the only one I could find. I have other canvases that are smaller size, but I will say I actually enjoy the fact that like you can see texture from the canvas underneath or from the painting underneath, and that there's a story that's deeper than you'll ever know just by looking at it. Like you have no idea. And I feel like that just represents me as an artist and just how I view myself. So okay, obviously so far I hate it. It's just I need to block out all of these big shapes, and then I can go in with the smaller shapes. And I will say it's so normal to feel like you're ruining, I love this dress, it feels like you're ruining the painting while you're painting it sometimes, but you're not. And maybe you might be for a minute, but you're not ruining it for good. Okay, wait. Alright, so this is the area that I have to kind of make up into this point. So it's gonna be a lot of times like we think as artists or painters, we have to continue filling in our previous choices, but really you can change course at any moment. And the moment you realize it doesn't look right, take that as feedback to fix it. That's your painting speaking to you. My professor in high school talked about allowing your painting to speak to you. If you look at your painting long enough, you will notice that there are things about it that aren't quite right. So until you feel like you're okay with that or you're ready to fix it, the painting isn't technically done. And that's how a lot of people ask me, oh, well, how do you know when it's done? Well, when you look at it and there's nothing really that needs to be fixed or finished. I think that's the best way I can explain it. Still gonna block in these dark spaces. And right now it looks super preliminary, and I'm thinking of this as a wash. Okay, so it's these light. Okay, so if you're oil painting, for instance, there's a saying, and it's lean to fat, or something like that. Fat over lean. So I guess the gist of it is thin to thick. Start out thin, then build it up to thickness. The more you articulate these little tiny details that make everything just what it is. And so I am doing that at the moment. Thin to thick. Okay, that's not right. I think I may have used a yellow orangish marker to outline because it's easy to cover. And right now I'm using oil paint or acrylic paint, but I learned how to paint with oil. Okay. Right now, it doesn't look great. It's okay though, it will. I have faith. You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith. It's a song. Okay. Maybe I can. I have some of these dark moments. I can tell that I feel slightly hesitant. I don't know why. It's okay though. I'll get it. I really like portraiture that includes a hand. I mean, how much more interesting is it? Like, we look at this, like, this is cool. But this is cooler. I don't know. I'm so cringe. I know. Everyone tells me it's fine. Okay. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm like really focused right now. Maybe too focused. Sometimes paintings require extreme focus. Instead of thinking of the outlines of things, think of everything in between it, right? I think it's easy to fall into the trap of feeling like you have to stick to delineating the outline, which is like where you perceive things to start and stop. But really there is no start and stop, and that's like a crucial thing to understand for painting, because everything blends together and is connected and everything relates to each other. So nothing can truly exist in isolation. Like nothing in this would have any meaning without the other part of the painting. So everything has to be considered equal, and everything has to be considered equal. And in terms of how much attention you spend on it, there's no part of it that isn't important. And I'm telling you, painting, it's a whole other ballgame. I mean, there's not a lot of people that get super into it because it is discouraging. It's hard. A lot harder than you would think if you actually wanted to look good. And then this is what's even harder about it. Once you get it to look good, once you feel like you've mastered the skills, the art critics will still tear it apart and tell you that it's not original or that it's lifeless or whatever it is. Like, there will always be somebody who doesn't like it, and you know, that's okay, because not everything has to be everybody's cup of tea. Anyways, this may end up having a bit of a more colorful palette than I anticipated, but we'll just see. I don't know for sure. I'm just gonna go with the flow. I trust my instincts at this point in my career, because I've been painting for a long time, and really at any point in your career, or lack thereof, because sometimes my painting career is pretty steadily quiet. But yeah, like, regardless of where you're at in that process, you should listen to yourself and kind of ultimately go the direction that lights you up. And I realized that giving or having painting in my life as this place where I learn and grow about myself, and I learn about a lot of different things through creating paintings. It's interesting how it's like this portal to many, many things, at least for me, okay? But I don't know what I was saying. Honestly, fully fuck it, it's fine. It's totally fine. So I know that the hand is gonna be, I don't want to be all negative, but hands are always a bit challenging, so I hope the back of my head looks okay. I just got my hair trimmed. It was getting a bit shaggy. That's the thing about having short hair. You have to consistently decide to have short hair, because if it's easier to just grow it out, in my opinion. You don't have to do anything to grow it out. You just grow it out. But with short hair, you have to make a continual decision to continue to get it cut regularly, like monthly, pretty much. And I would cut it myself. I actually did cut it myself, low-key, on this side, and it looks pretty good. But the girl kind of didn't. She missed a few pieces, and it was crazy because I mean, she did a good job, but I don't know. She kind of, this side fell, and this is my thick side, so maybe she just, I don't know, whatever, who cares. To mix a lot more of this color. I know I will. also, it can be helpful if you use it correctly. You have to be careful. Okay. So I don't know if you noticed, but my sound is really improved. I went through great lengths, and I mean great lengths, to improve the sound by moving my entire computer into the kitchen. Okay, because right next to this room is the kitchen, and I spent like over $100 worth of 25-foot cords. Okay, multiple cords to be able to cut back on the fan noise. So I hope you appreciate it. And if not, then that's okay, because I appreciate it. I feel better about my work whenever I do my best, and this is something that I've been wanting to do for a while, but obviously it requires a little extra step. You can see where I'm bouncing around throughout the painting. It's honestly one of those situations where my ADD comes in handy with painting, because I'm all over the place. And yeah, at this stage, it's gonna look super juvenile. But that's okay, because I'm laying the groundwork for the good stuff, which is really the magic in the painting kind of happens in the final touches, I feel like. Although the final touches won't be even worth doing if the foundation isn't solid. So it's super important to have a really solid foundation in your painting, like structurally. Okay, I'm a little confused on the fingers, but I think I can do this. I can do it. It's interesting because when you're painting something, it's not really beneficial to focus on the thing that you're painting. Strangely. Painting is super counterintuitive. It's actually better to focus on everything around the thing that you're painting in all capacity. And I find that that's kind of accurate with life. Like if you're too focused on something that you want, it just kind of runs away from you. So I've had to learn to embrace, like, not hyperfixating too much, because I'm a hyperfixator. I'm on the spectrum, so I hyperfixate a lot, but I'm also ADD, so I'm bounce from thing to thing to thing to thing all the time. Like, it feels like soothing to me. Strangely, it's like soothing to my senses to paint. Not all of the senses, but it's strangely cathartic for me, and it's kind of my space, my safe space. Like, I have so much trust in myself as a painter. It's crazy. Like, somebody could tell me that I suck at paint. People have told me, like, insulted me, and I don't know if it comes from a place of insecurity. And I've also been in, like, art critiques, because I went to art college, and so, you know, that's part of how you learn, is like people will tell you what's wrong with your painting every week. Like, you work, you know, so hard on a painting, people will just tell you what's wrong with it, and that's part of the class. So you have to kind of get a thick skin, but I don't think I ever got a thick skin from that. YouTube gave me a really thick skin. And other things, I think growing up in Oklahoma gave me a thick skin too, because they breed them different in Oklahoma. They do. Okay, first of all, Oklahoma girlies as Southern belles are unmatched in our charm. We'll just say that. I feel like Oklahoma and the South is kind of untapped in the everything industry. So, especially like just beauty, modeling, all that, because some of the most beautiful ladies I know come from Oklahoma and Texas. Seriously, and I'm one of them. Not that I'm like, hyping myself up, but like it's kind of a thing. I think it's just because we're super feminine. Like, there's those Southern values that come into play of like dressing pretty for church. I mean, even without like realizing it, it kind of, gets into your thinking. Which I don't live in Oklahoma anymore, but you can take the girl out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the girl, right? Okay. It's getting there. This painting may take a while to complete. So this angle of the face is also a really interesting angle. It's a little bit challenging too, because it's like 3/4 turned away, so it's not a profile. It's like it wants to be a profile, but it's not a full profile. So it's a complex, it's a little bit more ambiguous than a full-on profile. This shadow on her face is going to be super interesting to perfect, because it's really soft, really soft. There's not super harsh lines like separating everything, so it's important to make sure, like, by the time it's done, all of the brush strokes are kind of directionally sound. Like, you gotta make sure that all the brushstrokes are going the correct direction of what it would be if it's like real life, like if it was a sculpture. But in the, in the beginning stages right now, I'm just kind of blocking out the general basics of where everything is, some of the darker colors, where some of the lighter colors are, and then I'll lock it together, kind of weave it together like a tapestry. By filling in those missing pieces that are super crucial to not making it feel uncanny. And I think that I've had a lot of practice just kind of getting through some of the awkward phases of a painting. But if you don't have practice with that, you might quit too soon in your painting because it doesn't look good, really. It doesn't look fully good until the painting is completely done. But it really doesn't look good in the beginning stages. I'm not knocking it, I'm just saying that's part of the process every single time. Like, there's always multiple ugly faces. There's always multiple fugly faces. Like, full on, I hate it face. Like right now, I think we're in a fugly phase with the painting, but we'll get past it. Now I will check some of my comments on my last YouTube video because I know you guys love it whenever I respond to some of the comments. Wow, what an eye-catching dress. Very nice. Aw, thank you. So this is Whimsical Whispers. Pop Rock's mouth sounds combo was exquisite. I was thinking about maybe adding a few fun ASMR triggers in my painting videos as well. This was so fun and cool. I like the painter's type of Pink Floyd echoes the most, I think. But lots more was fun too. Like this. Love these ASMR videos by you. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you. 66 Doctor. Foxy Foxers. This was so lovely. You're such an interesting person. And her ASMR is perfect. So glad I found your channel. Aw, that's so sweet. Love you. Sinjobi. Can't wait to watch the rest of this tonight. Thanks. Okay, so now I'll read a few from the Whispers of Frost. This is some Bob Ross level meditative content. Thank you. I wanted to say that, yeah, I appreciate it. I love Bob Ross. I figured it'd be cool if I kind of focus on figurative stuff because he does a lot of landscape, so maybe I can, homage his ASMR painting combo by doing it, but also kind of go my own lane by leaning into the figure paintings and the portraitures. I don't know, what do you think? Do you like that idea? Looking so resplendent and iconic. That dress is gorgeous, as is the creative artiste, Keith Koenig. Just stumbled on your page. OMG, so relaxing. Your painting is remarkable. How you can just dabble everything together. Your posture is like, wow. And I mean this with the utmost respect. You would make for a perfect nude sculpture model. Ooh, a nude one. Okay. You're so aesthetic. aesthetically pleasing to look at. You're gorgeous. Thank you, darling. Midnight Lady Crow. I appreciate you. Love the art, the room, your dress, your hair, and how you clap back in the comments. I'm subscribing. That's cute. Jaddy and Mason, 7388. Paris Fecto. I'm here to thank you for all the times your soothing whispers helped me fall asleep, which is not an easy task when such a beauty appears on the screen. Okay. Well, that was fun. I like reading your comment. I don't have a tingly dress today. I mean, it's kind of tingly. I like how it's flowy, like little rose petals. No pun intended. I did want to wear the necklace, though it's not as pretty really as that one, but it's a kind of homage to the whole necklace theme. What was it? The Jewel of the Ocean? Is that what it was? Something like that. So tonight I'm going to a concert it's a benefit concert for a fundraiser that some of the musicians I've worked with in the past are playing at, so I'm excited. It's in Boston, so it's a little out of the way. It's about an hour from where I live, but it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. These are her hands. They're super delicate and pretty. Hands are hard, which is one of the reasons why I considered not painting this one. If you guys are in my Discord, you'll know that I kind of went back and forth on my subject for this painting. I couldn't decide. This movie for the first time whenever I was a kid. I cried so hard. I was with my friend and I just bawled. When I was super little, I didn't know that TV was fake. Like, I thought what was going on the screen was actually happening. I was confused, for sure. Right now it doesn't look like her. It doesn't look like Kate Winslet, but it will. I know it will. It has the components. I have the components, the resources that I need to make it look right. It might take longer than I thought, honestly. But honestly, my Elsa painting, do you remember that one? The Whispers of Frost. Actually, that took me like 4 hours or something to record. And I just edited it down to like a 30-minute video, or an hour and a half video, so yeah. have issues until it's completely done, and even then it may even have issues. It's just part of it. I'm going in with the green on the couch because I feel like I can't really make sense of any of this until I put the green in. Already it looks pretty good. Like it's kind of starting to come together. What do you think? I'm considering making my next video in soft-spoken. I don't have my kombucha today, sadly. Maybe I'll get some tomorrow. There's kombucha down the street that's less expensive, but it doesn't taste as good. I need to learn how to make it myself. You know how earlier I was talking about as an artist focusing on everything other than the thing is good. Whenever I'm painting, or whenever I'm writing a song, a lot of times I find myself completing that song or writing the majority of it while I'm driving in my car. And driving in my car has kind of become this place where my mind kind of escapes. And while I'm driving, I usually get these really good ideas for songs. And like, especially if I'm stuck in traffic, like now it's to the point that if I'm stuck in traffic, I'm like, okay, well, I guess this is my cue to write a song because I have nothing else to do, so I'm just gonna write something awesome. So maybe later I'll play my guitar for you. We'll see. Might be able to tell that I'm really like kind of slowing down. Okay. Now in between this, I don't know, now I'm a little confused because I thought it was gold, but I'm not sure. Alright, let's try to plot in just some of. I'm gonna try to paint relatively quickly. I mean, sometimes in the beginning phases it's good to just paint quickly so that you're not hyper fixated on any one part of the painting, which doesn't sound like it's a big deal, but it is. Beginner painters often will completely render one portion of the painting, like the eyes or whatever, and then work on another portion and render it, and that's perfectly fine, but it's more amateur. It's better to work on the whole thing at once, and you can still make it look super realistic. You'll actually make it look more realistic if you are able to kind of grab the whole thing at once, because you'll have a better sense of how everything relates to everything else within the painting. It doesn't look that bad, considering I just started. I think it has some serious mad potential, which it does. The potential is inside of me. It's not in the painting. Like, I decide how far the painting goes. Like, I decide if it's worth painting or not, and I think it is, and I know that I'm committed to it. Commitment is key. You have to be committed to your painting. You have to marry your painting until it's done, and then you can do whatever you want with it. Then you can sell it or whatever, but you have to kind of commit yourself to the process, because there are going to be points throughout the process inevitably where you question if you have what it takes to actually complete the painting. I usually don't love painting jewelry, but I feel like that this is simple enough. I don't like painting little tiny things that much. I would rather have larger spaces. I don't mind little tiny things throughout the composition, but a painting composition for me, like it's different if it's not a realistic painting. Like, I will paint things from my imagination. Maybe I'll show you what I'm working on outside of this painting. It's from my imagination, and it does have a bunch of little tiny things in it and all of that, but it's a different energy. I feel like if I'm doing something realistic, I would rather have larger spaces of I would rather have like just larger spaces of colors to work with, because it just looks really good from afar, honestly. Like, and I don't know, I like portraiture a lot because there's enough contrast in a face to where it's interesting to look at, and something about the eyes and like the way she's gazing up at the camera. It's just, it feels fucking real. I don't know what I was saying. Oh yeah, like the painting is an illusion. Everything here will feel real when it's done. It'll feel like it's actually Kate Winslet right there, or Rose right there in front of you. But that's all it is. It's an illusion of the real thing. It's not the real thing. And obviously it's flat, but like, yeah. That's what I love about painting, and I think that that's one of my skills, is just kind of, I'm a master of disguise, in a way. I could disguise myself easily. I don't know why I'm like that. Like, I can morph into kind of a different look pretty with the characteristics, not as much, because I'm kind of just super, super honest all the time, so it can be hard. But I will say that I try to, blend in to my surroundings as much as possible. Even though sometimes I'll wear something a little funky or whatever. If I'm going to a, say, soccer game, I'm gonna try to talk to the other ladies there and be, a nice soccer mom. Even though I'm not a mom. I could pretend to be a soccer mom for a little bit, but I have gone to soccer games in like a wrap skirt and things like that. Like I'm not gonna try to look like a soccer person, but I don't know if people try to look like soccer moms when they go to soccer games. I don't know. I'm overthinking it. All right. So yeah, tonight I'm going to a concert. I don't think I'm gonna wear this dress. This is strictly my painting attire. Oh no! Did I get something on it? Right when I said it was my painting attire. Yeah, that's so great. I mean, you can't really see it. I'll be right back. But I just had to rinse it out a little bit. Usually whenever I do that trigger, you guys obsess over it, so I just thought I would throw it in, even though I don't typically sprinkle in such dramatic ASMR triggers throughout my painting videos. Usually I stick to just like the painting triggers and the whispers, but I just thought I would switch it up a little bit. And I'm considering my next video being a soft-spoken video, so let me know what your thoughts are on that. If you would prefer soft-spoken, I will say that my problem with soft-spoken, the issue that I have is I always end up accidentally speaking a little too loud. It's not like full soft-spoken whenever I do it, and I want it to be. I needed practice at talking in a soft-spoken way, because like I know my painting a betta fish video on YouTube, a lot of people like it, but I do think that it's still a bit too loud for a typical soft-spoken video. So, I don't know. I'm gonna consider it. Let me know in the comments if that's something that you would appreciate, because if I know, like, I guess I just know for sure that the whispers work, if you will. So that's why I've been sticking to it, because usually I get a pretty good response with just the full-on whispers, and I feel like I have a pretty unique whisper as well. It's very breathy. Let's see here. somebody wants to say it, I'll say it. Paint me like one of your French girls. But yeah, I think it looks so good, and it's gonna look even better when it's done. And yeah, it's good to step away from it too. Like, that's the other thing. I do want to just keep working on it, but I feel like that in order for me to efficiently work on it, I need to have more colors ready, and I'm not prepared to mix a bunch of more colors right now. But that's okay. It's gonna be really, really good when it's done. Even though right now it looks a little weird. It always does in the beginning phases. That's kind of part of the process. Like I said, there's like multiple ugly phases throughout the entire painting process. You just have to embrace it. It is what it is. And I do kind of want to deepen in here just while I am thinking of it. There's all these little tiny things that have to come together in order to make it look like it's supposed to. That's why paintings take time. You have to give them the time they deserve, but a lot of times people don't, because everybody lives in this microwave society where if it doesn't happen in literally 30 seconds, on to the next. And I get it, I'm ADD, but you know, at some point you kind of have to control it a little bit if you want to actually accomplish anything. I'm not saying that everything is in our control, but a lot more is in our control than you might actually think. Not everything, but there's the things that aren't in your control. Just let go, you know? No point in even wasting time. Alright, that looks pretty bad. Right there is like way too dark. It's okay. I'll just brighten it up with thicker paint, whatever. And I'll settle on the exact everything later on. Right now it's all about just kind of getting the general position of everything laid out. I took a break from this and worked on it a little. How are you? I mixed more colors as well. I'm excited to just go into it. I don't want to get all scientific necessarily, but ASMR has health benefits. It can increase your immune system because it can produce more oxytocin, and other feel-good hormones, which I can't remember all of them. So I think that's interesting. It does have some health benefits, I suppose, because it just helps you, if it's even on a basic level, helping you relax and go to sleep. I mean, that in and of itself has a ripple effect. So I wrote a song recently. Maybe I can show you part of it. I don't know if you're in the mood for music. I feel like I have to be in a music mood to listen to music fully because it's so overstimulating that it fully engages my senses, and I have to be prepared to go there to listen to music sometimes, because often I paint and exist in the silence, which I know is unheard of in this noisy world of ours. But I can't stand the noisiness of our world. It's too much. God, I don't know what I'm gonna do right there, because her hand, it's not quite right in there. Like, I feel like I have to paint over it white first, because you can see that the paint is a little bit see-through. So whatever, we'll figure it out. Some paintings take a lot of time to create, and that's perfectly alright. I have the time. Sometimes this is so bizarre. I don't know if you're ready to hear this, but sometimes I almost feel / imagine that I'm fully stuck in a prison and all I can do is paint. Because sometimes I feel like that, I guess, and if I was in prison, I think I would make some wonderful masterpieces. If my mental health was, good enough. I don't know if my mental health would be good if I was in prison. Let's just hope that doesn't happen. I don't think it will. I'm usually a pretty mentally sound person, actually. Wow, that's looking good. I'm starting to add actual bone structure to everything. Okay, stepping away from your painting and coming back to it is so incredibly freaking crucial. You have to be a little bit detached from it, because if you're too close and if you care too much, you're not going to take risks. And the riskier, the better. I can't believe how short my hair is right now. I like it though, it's fun. You know what I realized? I don't think that they have any Disney princesses with short hair. Do you think that's a little silly? Like, are short-haired girls not allowed in the Disney Princess Club? It's interesting because growing up, I cut my hair multiple times. I've always gone back to a shorter hairstyle, even though I've also always gone back to longer hairstyles throughout my life as well. So I think what I like to usually do, oh my god, that looks so freaking good. Stop it right now. You're killing me. You're killing me. Okay, what am I even saying right now? Like, whenever I was super young, I would cut my hair and I would love it. But then later in life, like my preteen years and even early 20s, I would cut my hair and then hate it, of course, because that's what girls do. We find a haircut, we cut our hair, and then we fucking hate it, and we cry. And that was what I did. I totally fit that prototype, or I would just make my decision to cut my hair on emotional whims, where I would just be like, oh, I hate my life, or oh, I'm going through a breakup or a divorce even, and I would just cut my hair. And so that stereotype is true, but it's also not true, because right now I'm mentally sane. I'm fully sane right now, and I cut my hair and it felt so good, and I love it, and I feel so fresh and free, and I'm excited that someday I'll have long hair again, but right now it's short and I'm rocking it. And I think it's really my true transition into womanhood to not hate my haircut and to actually love having short hair. I mean, it's crazy, and it's not like I'll never have long hair again. I think I just embrace who I am with all different kinds of hair. I don't think that my hair is me, okay? I am deeper than that. Hair comes and goes. You can put on a wig and be somebody different, you know? But that's why I enjoy kind of messing around with it, because people associate so much with hair, you know? Probably way too much, which I think is interesting. Whenever I was blonde, I was treated totally different. Same with whenever I was red. And honestly, being a redhead, I was like living my, oh my gosh, I was living, what is her name? Oh, why am I blanking? Oh, I always blank. Kate Winslet. Okay. I was living my Kate Winslet fantasy. Guys, I blank all the time. I have major ADHD. Alright. I feel like that having ADHD as well as other things like that, anything that's maybe a little different neurotypically about anybody, no matter what it is, can actually help in the creative process a lot, because you have to think differently to make art. It's not the same process as so many things in the world. Many things in the world you can just approach kind of the same way. But art, you have to approach totally different, with a totally different mindset than everything else. Everything else is fully logical, and art is a balance between the logical and emotional. And some things are fully emotional too, but I'm saying, if you're gonna go to make a decision, like a financial decision, I would probably persuade someone to use logic when making big financial decisions. When you're choosing someone as a partner, I'm kind of more of a logic person, strangely. I do believe in passion, but I think passion kind of comes and goes. I'm more of a logical person when it comes to choosing somebody like a partner. Like so many of the decisions I make in my life is based off of logic. But as an artist, I also have the emotion component, and I think I process definitely a lot of my emotions through art. And it's good. It's all good. of a hand, then painting it is going to be so much easier. And I am a really good masseuse because I know bone structure. I know where the bones connect to the muscles and which way the muscles flow in the body because of all of my figure drawing classes and just anatomy classes I've taken. And it definitely helps with drawing and painting. It definitely helps whenever you're trying to massage someone too. I mean, whenever I get a professional massage, I always can tell. It's like it makes a map in my brain of where everything is, strangely, in terms of like bones. I don't know. It's really crazy. Really like the echoes, so I thought I would throw it in there for you. And the water jar sounds, I've gotten a really good feedback on the water jar, so always feel free to let me know what triggers you like. I know the skin sounds is a big one for you, although it can be a little awkward at times. So I have, and fabric sounds. Usually I like sequins. This is more of like a silk texture. I guess it's good, just not as good. Okay. I did get a tiny bit of paint on my dress. I think I'll be able to get it out though. It happens. I am pretty good at keeping the paint where it's supposed to go, but occasionally I get a little bit of paint here or there. Earlier in the process I did get some paint on the bottom part of the skirt and I was able to wash it out, so if it's just like a surface paint splatter spot that's not super deep into the fabric, often I can just get it out. So yeah. Alright, we're gonna work on this. One sec. There's a few things that need to happen in this painting to make it feel truly complete and truly Kate Winslet, honestly. Right now it wants to be Kate Winslet, but it's not fully her. It's almost there. There's the makings of Kate Winslet, but she's not fully realized. I have these few references. I might actually turn it upside down right now and focus on it upside down. This is my music stand that I also use of the same image, because the more different views you can get of the same subject matter, the better, because you'll be able to develop your painting past what you initially thought was capable, because you're only able to paint what you see, whether it's in front of you or in your mind. And often drawing from a source outside of yourself will create a more dynamic and complex composition than if you just go fully in your imagination. Not always, but sometimes. So I do like to paint from my imagination. Maybe I will show you what I'm working on that is from my imagination, but a lot of times I use some sort of visual reference. I don't know if I like that. I don't think I do, actually. I feel like I need to look close up at my phone. Definitely need some like purpley tones in there. I feel like that the structure is being slightly compromised, which is not ideal, but I can always kind of regain whatever I lose in the process just by acknowledging what I lost and then adding it back in. It's that simple. I'll figure out the exact shadows in there at some point, but I don't know if it's going to be right this minute. It's all good though. That looks more natural. There are no straight lines in the human form, so if you find yourself painting something that involves a straight line on your human form, you might as well bend the line a little, because there aren't any straight lines. No straight lines. Sounds like there's an airplane outside. That's alright. I'll let it slide. Wow, that rhymes. That's what's so weird. I feel like I rhyme without trying on a regular basis. I feel like I need to write that down. I'm gonna write it down. So, anyways, I wanted to paint something that was not overdone. I thought of the image where they're on the actual Titanic, living their best life, but that one is so overused, whereas this one, not so much, even though it's such an iconic scene, and it's a really interesting and unique love scene, even though it's kind of funny. That's part of why it's so cute. I mean, it's interesting that I'm not sure who wrote the script, but I'm pretty sure it was a man. And I think it's kind of interesting how female characters are shy in public. Female characters written by men for movies tend to be kind of shy in public, but really spectrally forthright behind the scenes. Like, whoa, I did not expect that from you. interesting. I've just noticed that not always, but that seems to be a pretty common theme among female characters written from a man's perspective of what they would want a female character to be, I suppose. I don't know if this is too bright. I hope not. I feel like our lips need to expand a little more. Her top lip might not have that big of a divot. There's quite a big divot though. Okay. I feel like that the shadow on the dark side of the face in places needs to be even darker, so I'm gonna squint my eyes for a minute and so I can really, okay, you know what I need? I need to mix the right shade of blue. Basically, it's like a dark blackish. I need more blue. Most of my colors are already mixed. So I just mixed blue and black together pretty much. That's a good shade. I can add just a little bit of brown in there to slightly warm it up because we want it to feel connected to the other colors. I like this paint palette because it has a lid. Inside of it is paint paper, so I peel the paper off when I'm done. And I can put the lid on it if I still want to save the paint for later. And the lid keeps it dry. Especially if you put little wet cotton balls, which I hate cotton balls, but I suffer through the texture issues and use them sometimes, put water in them, or just honestly, if I don't want to deal with the cotton ball texture, I'll use a paper towel or something. Just soak it up with water and put little wads on the paint palette that are wet, and then keep that sealed, and it's perfect for keeping the paint nice and moist. We love that word, right? I'm sure. Okay. I feel like I need a slightly bigger brush for this one. For this moment, I'm gonna use a wash, which I like acrylic paint because I kind of break the the fat over lean saying of thin to thick, because I kind of go back and forth. I personally like doing that, and acrylic allows you to do that pretty easily, where you can just kind of put a wash over the colors you have to deepen it without fully changing the colors. It's okay to use non-traditional techniques. It makes your painting unique. Alright, hang on. I hope I didn't ruin it. noticed it's really important to keep rags on hand. I love rags. I'm just gonna wipe off the layer I painted, and the layer underneath is still dry. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna figure out how to bring in the depths that I'm looking for. I mean, the shadow on her face is really freaking hard to paint, and I never say stuff like that. Like, I'm so experienced for my age, at least, at painting. Gosh dang it. I'm struggling here. 1 second. You know, whenever you're trying to get the right picture on your iPhone and then your iPhone just kind of wigs out on you. Yeah, that. So, yeah, like I've been painting for so long that sometimes I can breeze through a painting relatively easily. But occasionally I'll paint something that's challenging to me, whether it's expected or not. I mean, I'll get commissions at points where I'm like, going into the commission painting, I know it's going to be a little outside of my comfort zone. For instance, whenever I painted a car, that was outside of my comfort zone. I never paint cars. It just was outside of my comfort zone. And so there was that situation. Okay, I don't know if that was... I have to make little incremental shifts at this point in the process and then step back and kind of evaluate it and decide, okay, does this add or confuse the direction of the painting? I need to change the color of her eyes. I believe that Kate Winslet's eyes are like blue or green or something in this particular image. It's not super clear. So it's not like I want to make it super clear in my painting because the lack of clarity is more realistic and believable. And so yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I do want to add a hint of whatever color her eyes actually are in to my painting mixture. So okay, I'm squinting. This is a better color. This is more so what I was looking for. I don't want to, oh gosh, I don't want to overwork it because I was kind of starting to feel like I was actually getting somewhere with the painting, and now I'm like, okay, am I backpedaling? It's okay, it happens. We'll see. I definitely think pulling out this highlight, whatever, is important for the shadow structure. Shoot. area. I don't know if there's a frickin' word for it. I suppose the temples and upper cheekbone, eyebrow bone area is all kind of connected. And here isn't quite right, that's for sure. It's little incremental choices that the artist makes that ultimately separate a decent painting from an awesome painting. And I want everyone who is watching to know that your painting doesn't need to be realistic or representational in any way for it to be considered good or worthy. So I personally enjoy representational artwork, but I'm sure there's an elitist painter or artist out there who would say that, or art critic rather, who would say that my art is not original or whatever because it's representational and realistic. So just know that there's always an argument against any creative direction that you go, and it doesn't mean it's not worth going that direction, because there's always going to be people who don't understand that direction, if that makes sense. And there's always going to be people who do understand, and who, in fact, not only understands, but appreciates it, or even envies it, which we don't want that. We want the appreciation. Just don't compare your art to anybody else, because, of course, I look at art sometimes, and I'm like, oh wow, that's so good. I want to paint like that. I could never do that, blah, 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 blah. But that's okay, because I've realized that art is something that everybody has their own magic to give the world with their personal creative voice. And my magic will never be the same as your magic, and your magic will never be like my magic. And there's no need to replicate someone else's magic, because the world has already experienced that person's magic. So the best thing you can do for yourself in the world is to find your personal magic in your art and give it to the world. I have a fascination with figures and people, which is really, really, really weird, because as somebody who's on the autistic spectrum, I have a hard time reading nuances and nonverbal communication, and people are really people are perplexing to me. But I think I understand people. I see them, and I see them as a figure. I see every person as energy that occupies a body, and we all have like a meat suit, and I happen to enjoy painting people's meat suits. So I think one thing that's so interesting about painting people's meat suits is inside of every meat suit there is a unique individual and perspective and story, or multiple stories, multiple perspectives within each person. And I try to give every single person a chance, and I will say I'm a very forgiving person, so that's one of my redeeming qualities, because I feel like that forgiveness is why I stay happy and young. I have every reason in the world to be a bitter old lady, but I'm not. I forgive people for hurting me, because ultimately that frees me from the bondage of regret or distance, and it doesn't mean that I have to hang out with every single person that I forgive, but like, I just don't harbor any type of resentment towards anybody that has ever hurt me in my entire life. And if I saw some of the people that have hurt me in the past, I would probably just, I mean, I think it would depend, but I definitely wouldn't freak out. I would just say, like, hey, what you did really hurt me. Yeah, on some level I wish you went to hell, but I'm glad you didn't, so here we are. That's probably honestly along the lines of what I would say. I don't know if that's good. But honestly, like, I've had little, like, spatty disagreements with people, and I never hold it against them, ever, because we're all human. Everybody gossips, everybody judges, everybody does human-y things, like talk behind your back or gossip. Like, to me, it's not a deal breaker. If somebody, like, gossips about me or talks about me or whatever, I'm just like, okay, yeah, you and everyone else. So, cool. Like, we can still be friends. Just, you know, I try to be, you know, cautious of certain individuals. I might not tell them everything. I don't expect every single person to have a completely open, honest, authentic relationship with me that's like the same as what I would have with, like, I don't know, my best friend. There are some people I'm more withholding and cautious around, and there are some people that I really open up to and I share my heart with them, and I want to do life with those people. I'm zooming into the finger area. And those people are the ones that I would hope that they would not talk bad about me or talk behind my back. But honestly, if they did and they explained to me why and all of that, and if they were willing to work through it and apologize and not do it again, like, I would totally forgive them. You know, it's a blessing and a curse, because I'm super gullible and I'm too trusting sometimes, and I assume everyone's nice, but then because I've been burned by assuming that, I'm also can be a little paranoid at times, and I'm like, oh my god, people are out to get me. So yeah, honestly, it's so interesting because whenever I'm painting, it's actually helpful to not, and I think I said this, but it's helpful to not just hyperfixate on the actual painting as I'm painting. It's nice to mentally be somewhere else. Again, that's why I like to watch movies and TV while I paint. I mean, that is my happy place. I mean, I can't think of a better way to spend my day than, like, watching something and working on something at the same time, because, or hanging out with a friend. I mean, I like to hang out with my friends and paint together. Hanging out with a friend and painting and watching something at the same time. Now that sounds amazing. All of it at once, please. But honestly, there's something really nice about also just being alone whenever I'm painting that I can't really whoops. I can't really explain. Being alone when you're painting is kind of a necessary part of the process, just stepping away from the world. And I mean, I get fully lost in my paintings, and I think it shows. Honestly, I think that that's part of why my paintings are so intricate, because I commit to my paintings and commit to the process, and I don't worry about if it'll sell about that. I guess there was a time in my life where I did. And I keep in mind things like what the market seems to like. I mean, it can't hurt to keep it in mind, but it's so strange when it comes to art sales. A lot of times the things that sell are the ones that were completely non-strategic and non-strategic. Like the most random pieces will sell, and then the ones that are maybe more identifiable or recognizable, sometimes those ones are slower to sell. And then sometimes something will sell years after I paint it. And so yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and update my website. So I previously had just prints on my website. I'm going to go ahead and expand into paintings as well. I used to make more sales on Etsy. I don't know if I should get my Etsy again because I think it's a trusted site. I guess it can't hurt to put my listings on Etsy as well. I bought a super expensive printer for a third of the cost through Facebook Marketplace. So all of my prints are really high quality, even though they're priced low right now. Because I want my prints to be affordable for people. It's important to me that I have some art that's accessible. Yeah, her hair is going to be a little bit of a challenge, I can already tell. But I'm not rushing the painting. All good art takes time. It's an exercise of patience, which normally I don't have a ton of patience, but I've gotten older. I would say like my natural instinct is very impatient, but I've learned to manage it, and I've learned to kind of just realize that the process of achieving anything is honestly better than the outcome. I mean, it's really all about the journey. So, yeah. Let me see how this looks the right side up. I'm going to take a picture, see if I'm on the right track. I'm telling you, taking pictures of your work all the way through the process is a great way to get another perspective. Okay. A little bit of a glare. Alright, we'll see where we're at. Yeah. I like that. Hang on. I turned my reference black and white, or I turned my picture black and white so we can see it next to the black and white reference. This is part of my process. I do a lot of compare and contrast. Okay, so in here, it's a little too dark. Shoot. Made it too dark. Okay, that's alright. That's alright. It's okay. We'll lighten it up. Here I am with the picture before I make another move, because I don't want to regret the direction I'm going. I already see something I need to fix, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself, so I'm kind of checking myself with my reference. Oh my gosh, my phone is so slow. Okay. I mean, that does look better for sure. Our jawline, I feel like could be just a little stronger. And the colors that I use underneath it are still showing through, which is good. Like all of these little tiny incremental choices really start to add up towards the end of the painting, which I wouldn't quite say I'm at the final touches stage, but I'm like in the latter half of the painting for sure. I mean, maybe in the latter third of the painting, whatever that means. Okay. Let me take a picture. Again. Okay. It's these little tiny things, I'm telling you, that it's what separates decent art from like, oh wow, that slaps. That fully fucking slaps. Okay, my camera. So slow. Technology. I mean, I have like 60 plus thousand videos and pictures on my phone. I keep literally everything. Okay. Edit. Let's see if it's... Okay, done. See if it saves this time. Yeah, it looks like it's saving. Okay. Alright, that's honestly so much better. It's ridiculous. Like, how much better that looks. I mean, it really does look so much better than it did just with the slight changes. I feel like something about her forehead just doesn't quite. And maybe it's the way her hair kind of lays. It's a little frizzy in a way that's a bit hard to capture. Just a bit. Alright, I need to look up what color Kate Winslet's eyes are. I'm just gonna Google it really quick. Okay. Dark green. Okay. I was already kind of starting to paint them green, so that works out. Okay. Eyes are the window to the soul. I freaking love eyes, and I always kind of save the fun parts of the eye towards like sides of the eye towards the end of the painting. Both of the eyes, I suppose. I can't really explain it, but the little tiny glimmers within the eye, the little tiny lashes, the shines, maybe like the things I'm working on right now. I wouldn't be working on this earlier in the painting because it's smart to wait until towards the end of the painting to finalize some of the details, just in case you have to fully move the painting around a little before. I don't know if you've ever had that happen where you work really, really hard on something and then you realize it's in the wrong location, and then you have to fully move it and undo everything you already did within the painting. Yeah, this prevents that from happening. And that's always a really freaking annoying feeling when you work hard on something and then it's basically wasted efforts because you have to erase it or paint over it anyways. Some people don't actually change their painting as they get those revelations of where things actually need to go and whatnot, but their painting suffers from it, and ultimately their art and who they are as an artist will suffer, whether it's conscious or subconscious. It's better to sacrifice your time to make the adjustments needed in order to make the painting better than to have like a half-arsed painting. Nobody likes a half-arsed painting. There's nothing special about that. Anyone can do that. I think it's just women have been conditioned to be people pleasers, and not just women. I think a lot of people have, but definitely, especially women, we've been conditioned to put everyone before ourselves, which ultimately is beneficial for nobody. So I find myself apologizing without needing to apologize or explaining something more than I need to, but I think it's just residue from being a woman. Just life. Okay, let me flip this and see where we're at. Okay, honey. Okay. Alright, I don't know if you can tell, but the eyes are killing me softly. They're killing me softly. I'm going to take a picture. It's definitely giving Kate Winslet. No, like... Okay, I gotta flip it. We're still doing the upside down mode, I'm telling you. It's so nice to paint upside down. It's something about it just feels... It's like everything kind of visually clicks when I flip it upside down. And this isn't some type of crazy technique that I came up on my own. I wish I could take credit for it, but I don't think I've invented any art technique. let's look at this space in here, squinting still. In case you're wondering why my eyes are all squinty. Okay. Looking at her lips. Let's see if I can deepen some of the shadows in her lips. Especially right here, there's more depth for sure in here too. I mean, her lips are unique. Arguably her full entire face is. But everybody's face is unique, really. Some faces, I suppose, look a little more generic, but everybody is like a snowflake. There's little differences in between all of us. Under a microscope, we're vastly different. Vastly different, but you have to kind of use the microscope to see it, which I think in normal terms and in everyday life setting means get to know somebody. That's why I try to not lump people into categories of, oh, you're this type of person, or oh, you do this jobs, therefore you're this type of way. I give everybody a chance, just like I would want them to give me a chance. I don't want the shines in her eyes to be too shiny, because it's not realistic that way. Oh yeah, that's definitely giving Kate Winslet. I mean, okay, I gotta take a picture. This is why I have so many pictures on my phone, because I take pictures, multiple, probably hundreds of pictures of every single painting, every step of the way, just so I can see the development and track it. Okay, this is starting to really freaking speak to me. I do need to work on in here. The frustrating part is that area was actually decent until I feel like I may have overworked it, but it's okay. There's a bunch of different components to this piece. In this particular image, there's a face that is not a full profile, which is automatically hard. There's a face that's not a full profile. We've got a hand, we've got an upward perspective, which is kind of obscures the upward perspective. That the camera angle is kind of in a weird perspective, looking down on her, and that distorts a lot of the features. Like the neck is completely gone, she's looking up, and the hand is in a position that kind of interrupts the normal flow of the arm. The arm is kind of going off of the canvas, so there's a bunch of little elements to this painting or to this particular composition that make it a little bit challenging. But I still am glad I chose it, especially now that I feel like it's finally kind of coming along. But geez, I mean, when I pick a painting to work on, I really try not to pick it based on how easy I think it'll be to paint. That would be absolutely ridiculous, obviously. So I think rising to the challenge is always good, and sure when I'm done I'll be glad I did, but I would say that if you're painting a lot, consistently painting, and you feel like all of your paintings are easy, then it might be time to look at exploring something new, because the moment it becomes predictable and super easy, it is the moment it becomes really safe, and safe art is boring art. I mean, one would argue this is relatively safe, but for me, it's challenging what I normally would paint, in the sense that the lighting and whatnot is definitely different than what I would typically go for. Usually I would go for something with stronger shadows. There is a strong shadow, but you can see it's such a gradual light to dark. That gradualness is actually extremely difficult to make look real and natural, whereas if it was a really strong, harsh shadow, there is no real gradual fades, or the fades are a little easier to achieve because the shadow is so strong. I hope that makes sense. Tapestry or the couch, I really like this part of the couch, although I tend to get annoyed with little details like this. Although they look good in the final painting, I do get a bit annoyed with them, with painting like little things. I mean, the eyes, things like that, I always have fun with, but if it's, just a swirly doodad on a couch, I'm like, whatever. But it does, ultimately, it contributes to the overall effect of the painting, so it's not like it's not important. It is important, it's just not particularly my favorite part of the painting to actually physically paint. So you can see that's probably why I put it off a little bit. I don't need my phone for this part. I'm just going to look at my reference. And I'm actually going to look at the black and white one, because that's going to allow me to focus more on the tonal value rather than the exact colors, because ultimately in every single painting you have to use your own color palette, and even if it's reminiscent of the real image, it will always be a little different, because you're human, and that's honestly what makes your art good, is if you express yourself through the art, which could be through the color palette. I talk a lot, by the way, if you didn't notice. It's funny because I either have a steady flow of thoughts or nothing at all. And often I really don't have anything to say. Seriously, and it is what it is when that happens. Sometimes I don't know how to respond. Sometimes I just don't have the energy to say anything. Okay. Just Okay, now back to... I'm getting a little hungry. I'm going back and forth between the green and the yellows. Quiet, Tammy. Shut up. No, I'm kidding. I need to feed it. The monster inside of my tummy. It wants wasabi peas in the kitchen. This is what I bought myself for Valentine's Day. And I think I'm gonna have a Valentine's Day dinner with a girl. I think I'm gonna have a little Valentine's Day party at my house. Boys are invited to the Valentine's Day party because a lot of my girly friends have boyfriends. So they are invited, but it's gonna be a girl-centered party. Girly movies. Girly movies. Girly cocktails and mocktails. Girly snacks. Pink balloons. I'm gonna go all out. And then, yeah, I'll probably get myself some flowers. So. No. I guess one of my chocolates got painted. Alright. Okay. I might have to, go to my kitchen and drink a little protein shake before I come back. You know? texts. Okay. I'm exact times. Okay, yeah. I had to send my group text about the party. Whatever. I need to stay focused on my painting. My brain goes to mush on a regular basis. I can't explain it. It's annoying. That looks weird, but it's okay. It's part of the process. It's because this light to dark gradual transition thing, like that's happening on the face, is also happening on the hand, especially in this area. And it's really annoying, but I'll be able to figure it out anyway. Reset this. Shoot. Just said that. What was I working on? Oh, yeah. Better. Getting there. This is one of the reasons why it's important to mix before you start painting, so you're not trying to figure out what colors to use while figuring out where to put the colors. Like, decide on your color palette and then use those colors, and then, you know, of course, mix as you go. If you feel that you need a color that isn't available in your color palette at that moment, obviously mix the color. Or if you run out of certain colors, like, just mix it. But for the most part, it's important to simply mix beforehand. It'll save you a lot of grief in the painting process. Okay. Okay, here we go. It can be hard to sit comfortably. I will admit, when I'm not recording, I look like a hunchbacked grandma. I truly do. When the camera is off, I'm in my robe painting like a normal person. But I'm also a performance artist, so for the videos, I consider myself a part of the art, because 9 times out of 10, when you see a painting, it's the finished painting. Very rarely do you actually see the process. So believe it or not, I'm actually part of the process of this painting because I'm painting it. So I like to match my paintings aesthetically, and that's why I like to wear outfits that I feel like kind of go with the vibe of the painting, and I try to embody an extension of the piece that I'm working on. off camera as well. I usually I paint like in my PJs or in a robe or nothing glamorous, you know. My normal attire around the house is very comfortable. But I also, if I'm going to be putting myself out there, I want to look my best. I can't help it. I mean, I watch videos. If you've been around me for a long time, I've created quite a few ASMR videos on the internet and especially on YouTube, but I've taken a lot of them down. One reason, not the only reason, there are multiple reasons, but one reason I've taken down some of my videos is because I just can't stand the way I look or sound or anything about it. Like I cringe so hard at myself, and I know that a lot of ASMR artists and content creators, if they're honest with themselves, they cringe when they see themselves, but they just like get over it like I do. I mean, I just get over it and I, try my best to perfect my online presence every single time I show up. But also, I'm not gonna lie, like, I've just accepted that part of it is not really liking the way I look or not liking something about it that I feel like is a reflection of me. And so a lot of times it might even be considered self-sabotage. I'll take down the videos I just no longer like or I feel embarrassed about. But what I'll say is I find myself kind of coming out of that a little bit, to be honest. Like, I feel more confident now than ever, and I feel like my direction with my ASMR is clearly stated. Like, I feel confident with what I'm putting out there, and sure, I mean, I hyperfixate on things and I think, oh god, this is cringy, or oh god, blah blah blah, but honestly, I feel better about myself whenever I put effort into the way I look. And yeah, aren't you glad? But somebody one time commented on one of my videos, oh, what are you gonna do when you don't look good anymore, when your looks aren't enough? And first of all, I think that the notion that there will be a time that my looks are not enough due to aging is an outdated and limiting mindset. I think I'm gonna be hot until the day I die. Hopefully I live to be an old lady, but I'm gonna rock it every single phase. I'm not gonna wish that I was younger. Every single phase I'm gonna bring it and be a hot version of myself, because that's just who I am. So I don't think that there will ever be a point in my life where I'm just not putting effort into myself or my appearance, or just age out of looking good, I think of Pamela Anderson. I mean, she has really embraced aging in such a beautiful way, and I'm not saying that she doesn't get work done or whatever, but you can tell that she has embraced aging, and it's an energy, and I really admire that. And then my second thing is, on top of that, I feel like I offer so much more than just my physical appearance to this world. I mean, if that's all you get from my online presence, I mean, you're missing out, because there's so much more to me than that. I honestly get annoyed whenever I'm reduced to my looks, but it's okay, it's okay. Not everyone selfish to think that everyone is required to do that. I mean, I'm a person of many layers and super multifaceted, and yeah, not everyone has the space for that or the mental room to make space for that, I guess is the best way to put it, and I'm okay with it, you know. But ultimately, I feel like that what I offer to the world is my art, and my body is just simply a vessel to express myself through and to use as I will, I guess. Let me take a picture of this. Use as I choose. Alright, hang on. I don't know if I love what I just did to the hand and whatnot, but definitely this area needs a lot of work. It's just not quite right. I'm glad I walked my dog today already because it's already getting dark outside. I can't wait for it to get longer days again. I mean, it's just so depressing. Do you have any good TV shows I could watch? Because I've been getting so tired of all the trash TV I've been consuming. I will say I really like a good storyline. I like TV shows that don't heavily rely on SMECs, because I feel like a lot of times once you get into like season 2 of any TV show, it just like heavily relies on SMECs, and I'm just not into watching that. Usually, not that I'm grossed out, but I am a little grossed out, I guess. I'm weird. Sometimes I'm like, why do we have to spend 5 minutes of watching them? Whatever. Alright, I need to mix another color. But yeah, a good TV show, like for instance Georgia and Jenny, I really liked that, but then I felt like the second season was just focusing on Jenny, who's a teenager, her SMEC's life, and I'm thinking, why? This is so weird. Like, can't we develop the storyline somehow? Like, make something else happen? I mean, did the writer just run out of all of their good ideas in the first season or something? That's usually what happens. It's so annoying. I'm actually writing a screenplay. I can't believe I'm actually going to be writing it. Like, I started writing it, and I am restarting my process because I don't actually know how to write a screenplay. I'm going to figure out as I go. I'm doing my own research, reading books, things like that, asking people who may know some things about it. But essentially it started out with just like good movie ideas, especially one particular good movie idea, and I was like, oh, maybe someday, and maybe I'll write a screenplay, and here I am. I'm actually going for it, and I'm not getting caught up in anything like where it actually goes, because there's never any guarantees on anything. So I'm just gonna make it, write it, do my best, enjoy the process, and whatever happens, happens. Seriously, I'm not gonna overthink it. I'm just gonna do it. And I am a writer. I write songs. I write songs. So I know how to write. I've written a children's book, which I don't think it was very good. I mean, I think that the premise of the children's book is good. It just needs work. But I still want to come out with that children's book at some point. But you know, I don't have any kids, so maybe whenever I have kids. Anyways, I would tell you what it's about, but then I'd have to kill you. And I don't want to do that. Okay. I'm kidding, I wouldn't have to kill you, but I just don't want to give away any of my good ideas. Because you know what happens when I give away good ideas is I see somebody else doing it later, and I'm like, how did that somehow circulate into the cosmos, into somebody else's sphere of knowledge? I mean, that actually has happened to me. I mean, I don't know if you've ever had that happen where you have an invention in mind and then you tell someone and then a year later someone makes that invention. I think one explanation of that happening is the universe really just gives ideas to whoever's willing to make it. So if you're not ready or willing, the universe will give that idea to somebody else who is. So I know we like to think that all of our ideas are exclusive to us, but they're really not. I mean, if you don't act on your idea, you're gonna have to deal with the fact that somebody else probably will. Because all of your ideas come from somewhere, right? I think they come from the collective conscious. Every person has a different connection with the collective conscious, but often I feel like my good ideas kind of hit me out of nowhere. And often I have ideas that I later kind of turn away from or neglect because I lose inspiration and move to something else. So I think that's one of my, I don't know if it's a weakness, but sometimes I get into something and then I'm not into it anymore. Like, for the longest time, I freaking loved bacon. I would say for 6 or 7 years of my life, I loved bacon so much. No one could convince me that anything was wrong or bad with bacon. I knew that bacon was bad for you, but like, I just was so in love with bacon that like, it just was, I could never picture my life without it. And now I'm a vegetarian and I don't like bacon. And sometimes I think about bacon for sure, because maybe I'm slightly addicted to it. But the thought of actually eating it does not sound appealing. And it's kind of like that with other things, like modeling. I like to model still, but I was really into modeling last year, and I was really considering making it a career, and I got to shoot with an amazing photographer who shoots for was just such an amazing experience, and I got some great shots. And then I kind of like woke up one day, I don't know, and just decided I didn't want it anymore. It's almost like something clicked inside of me where I just realized, like, I think I'll always be a model in a way, but I don't necessarily have to feed into the rat race of being the biggest, best model ever, because ultimately a lot of models just end up being influencers, which I already am. So, you know, I don't necessarily need to be making a full-time living off of it, even though I do have my exclusive platforms, which I do make my full-time living off of in combination with selling my art and ad revenue and stuff like that. But I guess that's a form of modeling. It's just modeling for myself and not for a company, essentially. Wow, the sand looks so fucking good. Wow. That is so good right now. Like, stop it. This is looking stupid good. Okay, I need to take a picture. That back arm still needs a little work, for sure, but it's going the right direction. I'm so excited. It's looking really, really good. I gotta flip it. Okay. This shadow needs work, for sure. But yeah, with the modeling, like, essentially I want to take pictures with other creative photographers who I feel energetically inspired by. But the thought of, you know, contrary to popular belief, this is what I'll say, modeling is actually a lot of work, and I like to work hard, but I would rather work hard on something that I feel like is more fulfilling, like art. And not that modeling isn't art, because it is art. It truly is, which is part of why I love it. I love the art form of embodying the subject. You are the art to subject, right? You are the art when you're modeling. And it's kind of a performance, and the way that the chemistry that you can have with a photographer can be really, really good. It can be really unmatched, honestly. If you get the right photographer, you just kind of like feed off of each other, and you feel comfortable around each other. But I feel like if I have that, and if I have my social media where I can post pictures and all of that, then I would rather do that than step super far outside of my comfort zone to pose for magazines, or I'm not saying that I would just automatically get that opportunity, because like that's not an easy thing to achieve in the modeling world per se. But what I'm trying to say is, going to another location and kind of abiding by the flow of the industry for someone like myself could be very challenging. For instance, I like my routines. So if I get a modeling gig and they're like, oh, you gotta go to, I don't know, New York, on one hand that would be really cool, but on the other hand I think that would be extremely draining, exhausting, and not sustainable for me, because I get so burnt out whenever I'm outside of my comfort zone, just with masking and stuff. meditation on modeling just to realize that I don't want it. Hi. I had to take a break on the painting. I made some soup. It was so good. And I am back. I'm excited to work on it again. How are you? I'm so excited I worked on this. And I think it looks pretty good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for being here. I hope my dogs stay quiet because they have been quite rambunctious. Usually right before I start streaming, they get really kind of cray-cray. Or recording. So right now, I'm just going to pull up my reference image. And I'm going to take some time to work on some of those aspects of the painting that I don't feel like are completely resolved. Hang on. I need white or yellow. As you can see, I've been eating a bunch of them. I'm probably gonna buy myself a few more boxes because I am obsessed with chocolate. Okay. I mixed my paint. There's so much I want to do to this. Hopefully, she has a really, really interesting bone structure. Bone structure is so important. Everything technically in my mind has a bone structure. Everything has, like you think of architecture, the wood is the bone structure. structure. And the fact that I painted over a painting, underneath this painting there's an entirely different painting. Another nude woman from art college, which is interesting because I did a nude figure study, and now I'm doing another nude figure study. But this one is an iconic image, rather than just a local woman. But I have two paintings of her that are super similar, so I felt like it was fine if I painted over it, even though, yeah, part of me kind of like slightly regrets it, but it also makes me commit to the painting on another level, because I think, okay, if I don't make this painting look good, or at least equal to, if not better, to my last painting that I covered up, then it was a wasted piece of canvas. But also, I could always paint over this painting and do it again, you know? One of my art teachers specifically told me not to paint over my paintings because it's good to be able to have a wide range of your art and to be able to document the process and whatnot. But I don't know. Again, if someone tells me not to do something, I'm just more inclined to do it. So don't tell me not to do something unless you want me to specifically not do it. I'm just kidding. Sometimes I do it, but sometimes I don't, so it's a risk. If you want someone to do something, you have to make it their idea. How is that possible? Well, there are many ways you can make someone have an idea, but one way is by sneaking into their dreams, like in Inception. I haven't figured that one out yet, but I still intend on cracking that one at some point. No, but one way you can kind of give someone the idea of something is to inspire them. I think that's the most honest way, too, is to kind of drop hints through inspiring them. And inspiring someone to be a better man, or inspiring someone to make art, or inspiring someone to break an addiction, or to exercise, which I still need to work on that part, but I guess I do a little bit of exercise every day, but I'm really not that big of an exerciser. All of those things that I talked about are like good things to be inspired to do. I think one way to inspire someone to do something is to just do it yourself. So simple, but like if you want someone to be nice to you during a argument, then you have to be nice to them first during the argument, in that moment, and that will inspire them to be nice to you. That's kind of how I look at it. Okay. Yeah, in here needs a lot of work as well. Like this doesn't quite make sense yet, but it will. I just haven't gotten it there yet. I might have to go back to my mixing station and mix a few more colors. within the light and dark within the dark. That's really important when painting. And it's also important to just try to capture your equivalent of what's happening. Try to simplify it. Don't try to make it exact, because if you're anything like me, which obviously everyone's different, but I've noticed that if I try to copy it, say word for word, I actually get too hung up in the details and I'm not actually able to progress forward with the painting in a productive way. I just kind of start hyperfixating on the wrong things. And so in order to prevent that, do what I said before this, because I already forgot what it was that I just said. I'll have to rewatch this video and figure it out. The nose is a pain in my bootonkus. It is. It's been nightmarish, this nose. But I think I am figuring it out. But Lord, has it been a challenge. I mean, this whole painting has been way harder than I anticipated, which is always annoying, obviously. Which I guess nothing with having is easy, but still. I like a good challenge, but it can be tiring, I guess is the word for it. Mentally exhausting. I mean, painting really truly is, at times, extremely mentally exhausting. I can't explain it. I mean, it's like a huge puzzle that you are creating the pieces of that puzzle as you build the puzzle. I have to flip this upside down. I think that's the only way. I think it is, and I may even have to look at the image black and white. I'm getting there. I'm definitely getting there. It's... You ever look at a painting and you're like, how the heck did they do that? In order for somebody to have one of those moments where they look at your painting and think, how the heck did they do that? You kind of have to surprise yourself in the process. Seriously, you kind of have to finesse it, rub it the right way to where it does something that you weren't expecting. And there's a level of commitment that is necessary to the piece that kind of propels the progression of the painting, because without that level of commitment, you're definitely going to give up before it's actually perfect, because the amount of time it takes to make a truly deep, thoughtful painting, it takes an insane amount of time, and you can't really cut corners with it either. That's the strange thing about painting, and something I also like about it is that one's work work shows, and if they're trying to cut corners, if you're an expert at art and painting, you can see it and you know. And sometimes it's like a clever corner cut and you can appreciate it. But if it's a lazy cutting corner type of situation within the painting, it's annoying as the viewer to be able to kind of see the process, having made art enough times, which obviously it's only like in friends. If you're not watching a video of the process, and even then you never really know the true full process of a painting. Only the artist does. But I just feel that there are a lot of painters in a way cheat, because there's no such thing as cheating. But I think a lot of really good painters use every resource available, whether it's a reference image or whatever it is that they can do to grab onto that image and actualize it and manifest it in a more profound way so that they can paint it. And I just think to not do that is doing yourself as an artist a disservice. Okay, I gotta look at this right side up, because I think I did some, I don't know what I was working on the nose. I think that the nose actually kind of looks a lot better. I just need to take a picture of it. I do feel that it's definitely better than it was. It has the right highlight in the right spot, and it feels like it's the right shape. It's definitely like, I don't know if Kate Winslet has ever done work on her face, but I know at least in this image, her nose is very natural. Now I'm not gonna die on that hill, but I've seen enough plastic surgery noses to know that this is like a pretty natural looking nose, at least compared to what people have these days. So it has a few more, it's not as defined as a lot of fake noses are, not as structural, so there's a lot of soft curves that kind of make it her. So I wanted to keep that aspect of her nose. Okay, let's see if... Hi friends, I just popped in on Twitch. Yay, that's awesome. For whatever reason, my phone chat doesn't really show everything, so I have to actually go to my computer to read all of the comments. Right now they're not displayed, but I will read all of my Twitch comments soon. Okay. I'm really excited about how this is looking. It's definitely looking like Kate Winslet. And I mean, working on. I don't want it to just look like a random thing back there. I want it to actually feel like there is fabric over a couch structure that she is resting on. I mean, it's really important that it feels fabricy, and that it kind of sits behind her, even though that's what's kind of hard, is it's super warm, and so the color naturally wants to come forward, because warm colors, that's how they are. Warm colors set forward on, that's just how they work. They look like they're visually closer to the viewer than cool colors. And so this couch is pretty warm, relatively speaking, and so it's kind of hard to make it feel like it's pushed back behind her, even though it's super warm. But green is kind of a balanced color as well, and even now I'm integrating some cool tones into the warm tones, which will someone's in my stairwell. I don't know if you hear them. Anyways, it's all good. You know, back in the day I would have cared about something like that, but there's so many worse things in the world. I mean, I still do get a little irritated when the dogs bark during my streams, and I need to work on that, but it's super annoying. It really is. I need to not let it annoy me so much, but it really does annoy me. Like, it makes me want to punch something. I mean, I've never actually like punched something other than like a pillow, but it makes me want to punch a pillow. So I hope that that's understandable. Sometimes I have to like squint my eyes so that I can see the general shape of everything without getting too caught up in the details. See, like in here, it's super freaking ambiguous. I can't even really tell where her jawline starts and stops. So I think it's tempting to want to make it more obvious than it is, because I don't know, we're taught often as artists that clarity is better, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes lack thereof is better. Okay. I want to add more oranges in her hair. That's something that I definitely want to do. I should make a wash. I might need to mix more colors, like that sounds really creepy. Examining. I was just super looking at it like intently, and I noticed that there needs to be a soft shadow in this area. So that's what I'm adding. Part of the painting process is like super hardcore looking at your painting. It's part of the process. And when you look at your painting, it'll speak to you and tell you what it needs, which I talked about that earlier. So I hope you're taking notes. Here needs to be a more subtle transition. Like I don't mind brush strokes, but it still needs to be a gradual transition of the shade. That's where it gets kind of interesting and complex. Super soft and supple. Okay. I don't know what's happening in there. I might have to flip my painting upside down to really tell. There's a few brush strokes that are slightly out of place. And I definitely am at the point in my painting where I need to mix colors. For sure. Mixing always kind of interrupts the flow, but it's kind of like getting more gas for your car, because it's a necessary evil to keep the painting going. I mean, some people love mixing. I've learned to love it. I've learned to involve my entire self in the mixing paint process, but every single time I have to break away from my painting to mix, I'm like, man, I wish someone could just mix these colors for me. I mean, at times it's nice to mix, I suppose, but I don't know. It also gets kind of annoying. A little so long. I might work on actually, let me take a picture of it. I know I want to work on that back arm, but I want to make sure that the chest area is at a good stopping point. I don't know, it looks a little weird. Interesting. Let me look at the black and white image. There's not enough detail in the black and white image. Let me look on my image on my phone. Hi. Okay. There's the black and white one. Okay, squinting. I know what it needs. First of all, oh shoot, I still haven't mixed more colors. I feel like that's gonna be pretty important. This needs to be softer, just in general. Not such a harsh line, because a woman's chest is soft. Maybe not everyone's, but this one definitely is. So we want it to be soft looking, like no harsh lines. Okay, now there's a subtle light transition in here that's super important to add. That's so super important. And then there's another one here. Oh yeah, that's so much better. Wow. And then there's more of that type of thing happening in here. I need to mix more of this color. Painting is a lot about painting in between things. I think it's kind of easy to think that it's about painting like the outlines of things, and even every artist that I know at least struggles with painting things as objects, or painting things separately from each other, or painting things as it's kind of interesting. Like if you paint everything in between the quote-unquote object, the negative space, if you paint the negative space, you're gonna have a better painting. So I find myself looking at like the edges of everything whenever I'm painting, and I have to remind myself to go back to the center of the painting, go back to the center of the edges, if that makes sense, and paint in between everything. And then the edges start to make sense. Because in real life, there are no edges. That's just this made-up concept in our head. There's no real outline or contour to any figure. So, just, oh shoot, this is not the right color. Okay, hang on. I keep like mixing green in it. Gosh, this is so annoying. Okay, I feel like that's kind of my sign to switch the color palette. Guys, you'll see how this actually works. I don't know if I'm going to keep this in the YouTube video or not. Okay, so I have a lot of colors on here that I want to keep. So I'm just going to kind of scoop them with my palette knife. This is really dangerous because said earlier, painters need to have rags everywhere, because I use those rags for my paint to wipe off my paint, or to kind of pad everything so the tables don't get messed up. I mean, rags are an essential part of the painter process. So I even paint with rags. At the very least, you need rags for your paintbrushes, and then you can wash them and they'll be paint stained, but who cares, because that's what they are. They're a rag. Okay. Oh yes, I'm probably gonna paint mix just a little bit more before I get back into it. Okay. Oh my Lord Jesus, that's so much red. Holy shit balls. Okay. Okay, that's alright. Interrupts the painting flow. Way too late for me to be drinking coffee in the day, but you know what? I'm a rebel. Okay. That's more of the color I'm looking for. And I think I wanted to make a few different shades of kind of an orangey red. I may bring out my fluorescent so beautiful, and I draw a lot of inspiration from her stream, actually, even though we're different. I love her vibe, so thank you so much, everybody here from It's Bunny's stream. Thank you. That's very sweet. I appreciate you. And everybody who follows everybody who follows me, go follow It's Bunny, okay? And thanks again. I'm just now seeing my chat because I'm also recording for YouTube, so I just am checking the chats intermittently. But yes, thank you. Okay, let's get back into the painting. I'm gonna try not to focus on the fact that I have so many people here. But literally, thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, let's do this. I've been working on this painting for a while, and it's been quite a challenging experience. This is not an easy painting for me. Something about the lighting has been really hard. Okay, I forgot to mix green, so I have to do that. Obviously the couch is green, and I think I used up all my green on my last paint palette. And I like this paint palette because I'm able to, it has a lid that keeps all of the paint wet for the most part between my painting sessions. Like if I need to take a break, and acrylic paint dries really fast. I don't know if you know that about acrylic paint, but it's just part of its nature. So having a lid to it can help really preserve the moisture. Alright, so I have 2 shades of green. Okay. So right here needs to be, I have a few different references, but one of them is on my phone because all of my references kind of display different information. My printouts look different than my phone reference, which looks different than my black and white reference. So having the various references is pretty helpful. Oh wow, I'm realizing I don't have, okay, I think I can just mix one of these colors quickly. There we go. This shadow is weird. I might need to flip this upside down again. I don't know about her eye. I feel like there's something a little off about it. I think I know what it is too. I feel like I'm adding too much information in her eye that isn't there, and around her eye. And I mean, this is a complicated perspective, which definitely adds to it. You know, just it'll look interesting in the end, but right now it's a bit of a pain to even some of the nuances and the shadows in the hand. But for whatever reason, the hand is not giving me that much grief. I've been able to kind of figure it out quicker than I've been able to figure out some of these other areas of the face that normally I'm quicker to complete. So process, and if I take a little longer painting something because it's not what I'm used to or whatever it is, that's totally fine. It's a learning process, it's a learning experience, and it's all good. There's like something I need to add in her eye, but I don't think I have the right brush for it at the moment. Hang on. It's a little bit weird right now. I located it. I can fix it. I know what I need to do. It's freaking me out. It's like there needs to be there's a shine there's the white, and then there's a shine within the white, so I'm trying to achieve like a grayish white and then a brighter white on top of the gray white. But sometimes I think I did it. I think that's kind of what I was going for, but now it looks too white. It feels like it's not quite curving the way I would like it to. It's alright though, I can do it. I'm painting the waterline of her eye. Water lines are so weird, but hers happens to be like thicker. I actually have kind of a thick lower waterline. It gives you kind of an ethereal look. It's kind of hard to explain. It kind of makes your eyes look a bit more pouty. And maybe glassier, kind of more watery. Okay, so I know what it needs now. I need to work on the iris. Oh my word. I totally am having an aha moment. It's like there's, I don't know, for some reason I think that looks better. I could be wrong. I may have messed it up. I'm starting to kind of see what's going on with my painting though. Like, I see that tiny, I don't know, tiny space in the curvature of her face that wasn't necessarily accounted for in my painting. And it was making her face look less Kate Winslet-y, which obviously we want her to look very Kate Winslet-y. Even though she's not Kate Winslet, I mean, by the time we're done, it will be Kate Winslet. At least it will be her spitting image. Nothing less will do. Interesting. I'm realizing right here needs to be a bit softer. Okay. Little tiny minute adjustments in the face can make a serious freaking difference. Like, and a lot of those adjustments really are hard to pinpoint or even recognize that they need to be made until towards the end of the painting, strangely. So it's like, if you can focus on the bone structure of everything, then by the time you get to the details that really bring it together, you know for sure that everything will be in the right spot at the very least. Because when you're working on a completely blank canvas, there's so much white space you have to work with. It's kind of overwhelming, and a lot of times we will render something in a location and then realize it's like the wrong spot. Like you, for instance, paint the eye and then you realize the eye is in the entirely wrong location, and then you have to adjust everything and move it like an eighth of an inch or less, because even that little of an amount can make an entirely difference in the way someone looks or in the way a painting looks. So yeah. Adding a few more reddish tones in her hair, because that's something that I feel like it's lacking, is like the reds. But I don't want it to be fire engine red, it's more of a natural red. Spent as much time on the hair as I would like to. I mean, the hair actually needs quite a bit of work. So does the couch, the necklace, her arm back here. I don't know, someone's outside making noise, whatever. It's okay. I'm using a smaller brush because it allows me to focus on smaller areas of the painting. Sometimes it's better to use a bigger brush to make larger, swifter decisions with your painting. But right now, I don't know, I'm focused on those little transitions between shadows and the directionality as well of the brush strokes, which that's something I really keep in mind throughout the entire painting process, but it's uber important towards the end of the painting process, because those final brush strokes are what people see. People don't see the brush strokes underneath the brush strokes. They do in a way, potentially. I mean, some of them show through or whatever, but ultimately it's those final brush strokes. It's those final brush strokes that people see. Oh my goodness. that shadow looks a lot softer. I still need to kind of brighten that a little. That looks good. Okay. Now up here. Alexa, I hope my smart house doesn't kill me one of these days. It very well could. I do worry about technology, just how advanced it is. It does slightly scare me. I mean, I guess I don't know. It's like, what's the problem with doing things yourself? Why do you have to have Alexa do everything, you know? But that's okay. I also do ask Alexa a lot of random facts throughout the day. Sometimes I ask her random things like, oh, what's the weather? Like something useful. Sometimes I ask her things like, Alexa, what is the nutritional value of this avocado? Because I'll be eating an avocado and I want to know and reinforce that nutritional value. So at times I do appreciate her. Sometimes I'm just like, why do I have a robot turning on my lights? And plus, a lot of times I can't think of what to say. I would rather physically do something than verbalize it. And Alexa is mostly a verbal command type of thing, or it's entirely like verbal commands. Sometimes I can't think of what I'm trying to say quick enough. I'm like, Alexa, turn on the light, and I'll say the entirely wrong room. You know, things like that kind of screw me up a little. Sometimes just going into the room and turning on the light is easier. Every single part of the painting is important. So I understand how it feels to get enamored with certain parts of the painting, but it's so important to spend equal, or at least almost equal parts, time on all of the different parts of the painting, because all of it matters. If something in the painting is wrong, then the entire painting is wrong. Because it won't look right. Like, if everything is wrong, but something is blaringly obviously wrong about, say, the hand or something, it will throw off the entire painting and just make the entire painting weird. So it's important to just take your time. Give the painting the time it deserves. You can't really, I mean, like I said earlier, you can cut corners in a smart way. You can be efficient with how you paint and it can pay off, but ultimately, overall, to have a good painting, you have to spend a lot of time on that painting. Probably way more time than the average person is willing to spend. I mean, there's a lot of great artists out there, though. yourself. No one is going to protest on the streets for you to paint or for you to have your little craft session. Nobody gives a flying flip, which is why you have to really just make the space for yourself, because no one's going to advocate for you to be creative. You have to advocate for yourself, and it feels selfish sometimes because it's not always the most productive thing to do. Like, I don't know if this painting will sell, but I will put it on my website when I'm done. So if you want it, let me know, or go to my website. I'll price it a reasonable price. How's that? I'll keep it in the hundreds. Anyways, but yeah, there's really no guarantee when you make an art piece. You don't know if it's gonna sell, and honestly, if you're making something because you think it's gonna sell, you're probably making art for the wrong reason. But it's okay to make things that sell, but it might not be true art. It's more of a commodity disguised as art, which, trust me, I am guilty myself. You have to commodify your art sometimes to be an artist, but pure art, just the purest of art, is for yourself. And in doing that, you do the world a favor, because you are being your true self, which in turn allows other people to be their true self. So it frees space for everyone to be their true self if you're brave enough to be your true self. So I hear an airplane. I don't know if you hear it. It's all good. Sometimes I look up at airplanes and I just think about the fact that there's little tiny passengers in that little tiny airplane. But that they're actually as big as me. But they seem so small. Already that looks better. Okay, now okay. That looks good. Okay, I see something that needs to happen. It's the curve in here. It's not right, but that's okay. We're gonna make it right. See, these are the things that you see when the painting is upside down, because when the painting is right side up, yeah, I wouldn't have noticed that. I mean, I noticed it, but I wasn't really able to put my finger on it. When it was time to paint, it's interesting how that works, because when you're looking at your painting, your brain grabs a bunch of different information all at once, but you can only really paint or achieve one thing at a time. So by the time you're able to actually work on something, like you've completed one aspect of the painting, you're ready to work on the next part, often I forget what it was that I was intending on painting until later, and then I see it again. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to fix that. And I think that that's normal, you know. Painting is a very scatterbrained process. At least for me it is. I guess for some people it's a bit more methodical. And of course there is logic, and it is methodical to a certain degree, but naturally for me it's also very scatterbrained, because I happen to be a bit of a scatterbrain myself, so I'm gonna take some of this dark natural, warm red. So it's important that I stay true to that, not get too carried away with it. I feel like that might be getting a bit too bright. I'm not sure, but I think it might be getting, I don't know. It's not quite there. It's definitely not. I'm just on my knees. Okay. Your paints are amazing, but your intricate paints are more than this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, perspective is crazy. You talking about the place thing. You are the female Bob Ross. The female reincarnation of Bob Ross. Oh, thanks. That's very good, Laurel. That looks exactly like the picture from the movie. Yay! I appreciate it. I appreciate all the follows. Thank you guys. Shadow. And you called it her. Yeah, it could be a scary thought. That's why I try not to get annoyed with Alexa in case she turns into me one day. I know. It's not weird to think about. Right, that's why studying anatomy or doing life drawing, sketching is so key. I believe that. I'm so into life drawing. Hi, Professor. Thank you. Alright. I'm gonna get back into it because I think I caught up on the comments. And I don't know if we'll finish this painting right now or not, but we'll try. If it takes some time, that's okay too. I might have to get more clean water, so you can see how my brushes are dirty even after I'm even after I rinse them, they're dirty, which is annoying. I may have to let this part dry and then work on it more later, but sometimes that's necessary. Like if you feel like you're just kind of painting yourself in circles, sometimes you just have to move on to something else, let it dry, and then come back. sometimes it just simply takes longer. So I have to just be okay with it. It is what it is. Actually, one second. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna use some of this metallic paint. And I already have some of it in the couch, but I'm gonna use more of it. I have my reference there, but I also have my phone reference here, so I have two references within iShot to help kind of guide the painting. And it's pretty cool because from different angles, it's metallic. I like stuff like that in paintings. I like to add little secrets in my paintings, like adding something three-dimensional onto it, adding fluorescent paint that can only be seen under black light, adding I'm trying to think of some other things I like to add. Gold leaf, glitter, all of these things are kind of add almost like a three-dimensional element to the painting because it really just reinforces that it needs the interaction of light or space in order to experience that extra element to the painting. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of a deep concept. But I think I explained it well. People are being loud. I feel like I need to flip this upside down again to really kind of see it for what it is. sometimes I'm just focused on the art. I'm trying to make these sleeves look slightly blurry because that's how they are in the picture. They're not as crisp as the face, which is part of why the attention is drawn to the face. So I want them to be less defined and less crispy than the face. More blurry, less crispy. Art is such an important part of processing life, processing emotions, processing anything that happens. And that's one of the reasons why I love it, because it helps with let's see here. There we go. Let me flip the painting, see if I made any progress. I'll take a picture of the painting like I always do. I'm gonna look at it through my camera, see if there's anything that stands out. Okay, I think it's getting somewhere. Maybe, possibly. We'll see. Don't want to get too ahead of myself. Okay. Flip time. Alright. Now picture. There's glare on it. Okay. It's looking good. I don't want my phone to fall. I was working on the hair, and now I'm just like over here working on the couch in the corner. I don't know, can you see the shine on the metallic? Do you see the metallic? Is that not beautiful? Ah, I love metallic paint. It's like you have to use it really, really sparingly. I'll reflect it over here as well. I haven't spent a ton of time in this corner. This painting video on YouTube is going to be hours long because I have so much footage. It's mind-blowing. In my last painting video, I cut it down to about an hour and a half. I don't know if I'll be able to cut this one down that short. nice to have 3-ish plus hours of video there to fall asleep to. I mean, what's not to like about that? I mean, for a video to fall asleep to that's super long, that's ideal, in my opinion. Even if it's not like a super consumable for normal content, I think for ASMR it works. I mean, there's plenty of time-lapse videos on YouTube. This is not one of them. Okay. It's hard. I mean, painting is no joke. It's not easy. Which is probably why a lot of people don't paint. Because it's not hard. It's not easy. Okay, I think I'm gonna go ahead and read the comments. Sometimes my phone chat doesn't show all of the comments, but I only look for 3+ hour videos on YouTube for sleeping, so you are spot on with that for sure. Ooh, okay, thank you for letting me know. Ryan Storm, nice painting. How many hours of work do you think you have in it? Probably 8 so far. I have about 4 hours plus of recorded footage though, so we'll see how much I actually put in the video. I have to actually watch all of it, clip it to be like the good parts, I guess. It doesn't really require that much editing, but I do have to watch all of it, cut out like my dog barking or whatever. I mean, even right now he's growling, so is that your hair or you have a cut on your cheek? It's my hair. Wait, it's my hair. It's curling everywhere. Uh-oh. Thanks for letting me know. Is it too much? Oh, thank you for saying I'm stunning. No, I'm worried that my face looks like I have a cut on it. I know someone's fighting the neighbor bar. What's it? Oh, Knuckles. Yes, definitely. Paint me like one of your French girls. I know, it's actually draw me like one of your French girls, but I made that mistake too. I had to Google it and find the exact actual, what do you call it? The exact quote. I did better than Leonardo DiCaprio. I know, I mean, I checked out the drawing from the movie. I was like, okay, that's cute, but that's not on my level. But okay. I'm not trying to brag. I don't want that to look like such a harsh line. It might not be right per se at the moment, but I still don't want it to be super harsh. I want it to be softer. Oh Lord, it's so annoying. I feel like I messed it up. It's okay, I'm just gonna leave it for now. How about I work on her hair a little bit more? Okay. You got lucky. I only have one piece left in here. I do have more honeycomb, but it's in the other room. It doesn't look hairy enough. It looks too choppy. This is way more in depth than my Elsa painting. I guess that's to be expected, because it's not a cartoon, but that Elsa painting was like an immaculate portrait of Elsa. That's why I was like, okay, my next painting should be a bit more serious. Because if it's gonna be a fully immaculate portrait, it should be of something that I, really like respect on another level, which I do love and respect Elsa, but I don't know. After I painted it and I saw it next to my Jimi Hendrix painting, I was like, okay, I have an Elsa painting just as good as my Jimi Hendrix painting. It's just kind of funny. It belongs in Disney or something. Like in Disney World, in one of the, I don't know if they have art galleries, but maybe on one of the walls and one of the locations in Disney. That's where I really picture it, because it's that good of an Elsa painting. If you don't know what I'm talking about my Whispers of Frost video on YouTube. I didn't stream any of the process of that one, so it's okay though. Already it's starting to look hairier. It's funny that we don't want things to look hairy unless it's hair. Unless it's actually hair, then it can be hairy. I'm not as afraid of hair as a lot of people are. I lived in Germany for 2.5 years, and they're just very like body positive, hair positive. I mean, I shave and all, but sometimes I'll go a few days or whatever and I'll like check my armpit and be like, wow, I need to shave. It's okay. I'm not embarrassed about it, because it's like we all, not everybody, but pretty much everybody has hair, so whatever. It is what it is. Now I'm just grateful that I have hair. Even I'm not grateful for the hair that is unwanted per se, but at least I have hair, and part of having hair is having hair that you don't want in certain places. We can change the subject. I don't wanna make anyone uncomfortable. Awkward. Okay. Her hair is looking hairy. My hair's a bit all over the place. It's curly, so I never know what I'm gonna get with it. Some days it's a little more tame than others. Just if you notice something that's wrong in your painting or that it doesn't quite fit, just fix it. That is literally what painting is. literally a process of adjusting what you already have on the canvas until it's finally done. It's not filling in the lines per se, it's building it up. That's more of like what painting is. It's more of like sculpting on a two-dimensional surface. So just remember that next time you make a painting, review a painting. That's why I like texture. I'm telling you, I'm a texture slut. I'm a slut for texture. I really am. I'll give it up for texture. This moment in there just doesn't quite make sense. Okay. I don't know. I think that makes sense. Maybe. Possibly. A little bit. Yeah. Gorgeous. Wow. That's something. That really did something. Flipping it, I'm telling you, it's my secret sauce. Just flip your painting. Sometimes flipping it like partially helps too, like 90 degrees. But I find a full 180, I think that means like fully upside down. I hope that that's what it means, but I find that fully flipping it upside down is the most effective way to do it. Okay, what am I doing right now? I don't remember. I really don't. I don't know if that's... I don't know. I really blanked on what my next step is. I know it's not done. Maybe I can kind of work on the lips a little. Part of me thinks that the lips are not far off. Like, I might just need to leave them alone and then is really, really good. I like it. But sometimes it can kind of mess with some of the delicacy of the natural lips. Because there's something super delicate of like the corner and the fold of the lip that, like, with too much work, it kind of messes with it, and maybe not everyone notices, but I notice. I notice everything, definitely. I mean, I don't notice everything, but I notice a lot of things visual. I notice a lot of little tiny details in a visual scape, scenery, whatever it is I'm looking at visually. I will probably recognize a lot of the details. Weird, that doesn't look right. I think I low-key messed it up, but that's okay. Anytime I mess something up, I'm like, you know what, it's alright, because it'll look better than it did before after I mess it up and resurrect it. It'll look even better than it did before I messed it up, because sometimes you have to mess something up and then resurrect it from that place in order to reach the next level of realization within the painting. So just know that that's sometimes part of the process of making it look as good as it possibly can look. I don't know how long I've been recording, but I've been recording for a while, that's for sure. I'm gonna keep working on our lips. I'm soon to be at a pretty solid stopping point, but I still find myself intrigued with articulating all of the little tiny things that make our lips hers. And I got to a really good stopping place with the lips earlier, so coming back to it, I feel like it's just kind of, it's pushing it further in a good way. Because I was able to step away from it and come back to it with a fresh perspective. It's a bit too bright. Sometimes you have to push the color a little bit more in your painting than it is in real life in order to make it feel real, strangely. So sometimes you have to do things you have to think and paint. Basically, painting is a full-on language, and you have to use the language of the paint in order to effectively communicate something through paint. So you have to think in terms of paint. So paint tends to behave a certain way. Certain colors tend to convey certain, not just emotions, but they actually work differently. So different colors will do different things. For instance, blues and purples will create the illusion of shadows. That's one example of just all the time. There are other things, other little tricks of the trade, I suppose, that if you know how the paint works, you can use that to your advantage. But you have to learn how to speak paint. And I suppose every medium is like that. And honestly, I love so many different types of art that I think of art in terms of learning a new language and becoming fluent in that language. Okay, I definitely like what is happening with our lips, for sure. I am fully here for it. Oh, there's something not quite right. To mix the right color in here. Let's see. I think that's good. Also, I kind of feel that this shadow, this little highlight nose area is so incredibly delicate. It's important to really slow down and get it right, you know. And I think that's pretty close. I'm adding just a little more color in her eyes than what the photograph or screenshot of the movie shows, because ultimately it's a painting, so we want it to have maybe even more information than what a photograph has, because that's the fun in it. That's the beauty in painting. You can add a lot of information in the painting that sometimes the camera doesn't really capture. He's very spoiled and cute. Romeo, look at the camera. Show them your beautiful face. It needs to be groomed. Romeo, show them how cute you are. Come on. Look at that. Oh. Okay. All right, baby. One last look. Aww. He's so cute. All right, I'm gonna work on this a little bit more. I feel like I need to, I don't know. There's a few different things about it that I'm not totally sold on. Her forehead looks a bit flat. There's just the little subtle things that kind of have to happen in order for me to feel like it's done. So, yeah. The highlighty colors, like the pale yellow. I might need to make a new paint palette again. Pale yellow and this pale tan. I added some gold into my tan mixture so that maybe parts of her skin have a slight shine. Sometimes, I don't always varnish my paintings because I low-key kind of like the different sometimes you can't put into words what it is you're painting. But that's good. That's totally fine. Okay, I need to look at this for a second. What is it telling me? Okay, I know it's telling me. It's telling me my arm is still not right. This shadow in here, this highlight in here is just ever so subtle. It's, I did take art lessons, a lot of art lessons, but I feel like that there's more out there for me to learn that, maybe it comes from taking higher level education, which I don't want to get too sucked up into that trap because I do have student loans more than I thought I did, actually. But it's okay. I really don't care about that kind of thing. Like, I don't care about money that much at all. I mean, yeah, I want enough to feel financially secure, but it doesn't take me much to be happy, and I'm not really a things person. I've said that before, and it's still true. I like experiences too, but I'm not even really an experiences person either. I am more of an art person, so if I have money, I want to spend it on things that'll make my art better, or a creative project. Like, if I had $1 million, I would definitely make a movie with my own money. And I would hire the right people, and I would get the right people involved, and I'm not saying that that's not going to happen. I mean, you never know, it could happen. Anything is possible, but yeah, I mean, like, I would definitely record more music, do just more things, more art stuff that require a bigger budget, more so than like even travel. I mean, I don't care that much about traveling. I of course want to go to a few places. I want to go to a few more places, whatever, in my lifetime, but I've already lived overseas for 2.5 years, and I traveled to a bunch of different European places, so I feel like I got my travel fix, honestly. I feel like I've seen the world, and honestly, what I've realized is every place is just as crappy as the place I live. Like, there's no magical land. Every place is equally sucky in its own way. I'm not trying to be a pessimist, but I think it's easy to think that you can go somewhere and escape your problems and start over, and it's just going to be ideal. It's going to be amazing, right? Just like it is in the movies. Well, wrong. It's not. It's a lot harder than in the movies, and it's not easy. So, I mean, I like Europe. I'm glad I got to live there. I'm glad I got to learn what I learned while I was over there and be a part of everything I was a part of. I mean, my art was in a gallery. I did so many things that I'll remember for the rest of my life. I've traveled everywhere. I've been to so many places for my age. And all of that was before the pandemic. So I got really lucky to be able to do all of that before the pandemic. And, I'm sure I'll go back and enjoy traveling again at some point in my life, but traveling often interferes with my schedule, and it also interferes with my art making, which is part of my schedule. And if I have to travel to make art, I resent the process a little bit more than just painting in my own home like this. I mean, this is ideal. I mean, I don't have to leave my house, and I get to just enter into my own little world and invite you to be a part of it, and it's honestly, I love it. Whereas sometimes you have to travel for like modeling or whatever it is, and I mean, I'll do it, but it's not as ideal as just staying at home. It's more uncomfortable. It disrupts my schedule, my eating routine, which bothers me. And then I come back completely exhausted, and it takes me a while to get back into the groove of life, which is obviously annoying. Like, a lot of times I just am so tired I can't even function after, like, traveling. I mean, some people, like my mom, they snap right back into it, maybe because they have to. But Lord, that is just not my ideal. I mean, I've gone to a lot, like, I visited LA within the last few years, and I've done some things, like I went to New York recently, blah, blah, blah. Like, I sometimes go to Florida or visit friends, so it's not like I'm incapable. It's just, I don't have the travel bug that many young wanderlust ladies have, we'll say, and men and women. But I think it's normal for girls to just love to travel. Like, if I hear a girl say that she likes to travel, I'm like, okay, you and everybody else, which is fine, you know? But I feel like it's just, it's a thing. Like, dudes like to travel, but I feel like in general guys don't travel. Like, my mom loves to travel, my dad doesn't. I don't know, it might just be a stereotype. Let me guess, you're a dude and you love to travel. I mean, I think it's interesting because when you travel, you come back, you have new experiences. Sometimes those experiences can actually contribute to your creative process, but I don't know, every place is equally bad, that's what I'm saying. Unless you're taking me to someplace just absolutely extravagant, and I've seen some pretty cool places, like I forgot to, like, you know, oh shoot, I hate whatever I did, I hate it. Okay, what happened? This doesn't look right. Okay, I think I fixed it. It's not fully there, but it's not far off either. It's somewhere in the middle of where it needs to be, and yeah. Okay, hang on. I need to probably add the highlight back in. I can tell that's probably what I need to do, but I have to flip it upside down, otherwise my intellectual side will get in the way. Flipping it upside down allows you to kind of put your intellectual side aside and see it for what it really is in terms of light and It sounds like my dog is going crazy and people are screaming outside. And I really like the progress I've made on this. It's coming along. It's starting to feel super realized. There's still more I need to do for me to be fully satisfied. There's more I need to do to be fully satisfied with this painting. More I need to do to be fully satisfied, but I feel really good about it. I love a lot about this painting. I think it's finally not looking like absolute dog dookie. It's so pretty so far. Look at the shine in the gold paint. See? Oh my god. Yes, it's so and it'll be good for me to step away from it and come back and work on it more later. I need to take a stretch break and maybe eat or something, but I had to take a break from the painting and I came back to it and I see a few things, especially in the lower left hand corner, that I would like to work on to fix it. Here are all of my colors. The mixed ones in here are the ones I'm using. The ones on the edge are the ones that are straight from the tube that I'm mixing together to make the more subtle shades in here. I hope everything sounds okay. I'm going to use this smaller paintbrush, which will force me to focus on the details, whereas a bigger brush it covers the larger spaces of your canvas quicker, so it's harder to focus on details when you're using a large brush. But really you're looking for a brush that fits the size of the space you're trying to paint. So something I wanted to talk about today that I think is so important for people to know is, wow, I don't know if you guys heard that. Someone from the other room just sneezed. Anyways, painting and art is something that I believe everybody can benefit from. And I think a lot of us hold ourselves back from making art because we're afraid of what it will say about us if it's not good. It's like we're not even worried about if the art is bad, because if the art is bad, who cares? Like, you're not gonna die. There's really no real risk involved in making art. But I think what we do is we are afraid that if we make bad art, then it means that we're inadequate. And I want to challenge this thinking, because a lot of us, we have this idea in our mind of what good art is. And there really is no such thing as good art. I think that there's honest art, which is good. I feel like honest art is as good as it can get. A lot of times people see representational artwork as better than non-representational artwork or abstract artwork because we measure its worth by what we feel we can or cannot do, which is interesting. The amount of times I've heard people say, well, I could have done that. And the modern artist audience usually responds with, well, you didn't. But I would rather respond with, why didn't you? Because I think if someone can look at your artwork and see themselves a little bit in it, that could be a compliment. It's not an insult if they think that they could have done that themselves. And if anything, I would want that to encourage them to make art that is childlike and true and real. And I say this because art is a lifeline for not only me, but so many people and people that I know and love. Who have mental health issues, serious mental health issues, which I'm currently going through. You can check my Instagram story if you want to see a little more, but I don't want to talk too much about it. But what I'll say is currently in my life, what I'm going through right now is recognizing that the difference between me and someone else that I know and love who is struggling mentally right now is there are lots of differences, but one of the differences is I have art to cling to for mental stability whenever I can't make sense of this world, which is on a regular basis, which is why my art has become good over the years. Because when you turn to something on a daily basis for your own sanity and for your own mental health, and when it literally is a lifeline for you, then over time it gets better, and over time it's just the natural occurrence that it just starts, you start getting better at your craft. And that is the result of the dedication. But the dedication isn't there because I want to be a good artist. The dedication is there because I need art to be a happy and intact person altogether. So, if you make art, know that it's okay if it's childlike. It's okay if it's preliminary. It's okay if it's silly. Because Picasso said that an artist spends, I don't remember the exact words, but it was something along the lines of, an artist spends their entire career learning how to paint like a child. And Picasso was extremely talented, probably the most famous artist in the world to this day. And he didn't start his cubism until he was like 82 or something, 82 years old. Before that, he did a lot of realistic things like this and picked up a bunch of other, he was able to paint almost anything in any style. And sometimes I can relate to that in a way, because if you look at my Instagram and if you've followed me as an artist, I can't really choose a style because I can technically go with any style. I believe one day I'll find a style, but it's okay if I'm 80 before I find my style. But I hope that it kind of shows you something, because anybody can learn the skills. Well, I don't want to say anybody, but most anyone can technically learn the skills to paint a realistic painting, because a lot of those skills are logic. They're rooted in logic rather than imagination. Whereas for someone to develop the muscle to make art that exercises like a language of their own, that conveys a world through the art, even if that world is messy and weird and childlike and bad, that is more profound in a way than something that's hyper-realistic, in my opinion, and also in the opinions of a lot of art elites. So, arguably, this art is worse than the childlike doodle that was done on the back of a scrapbook page, because the doodle is real. I don't know. Just food for thought. Anyways, it makes me sad because sometimes people will tell me that they could never make art like that, and they don't want to make art because they're comparing themselves to me or somebody else, and that just breaks my heart because, one, I know that feeling. I have struggled with comparison, and I do still struggle with comparison from time to time because I'm a human. But what I want to say is, when it comes to something like art, my magic is different than your magic, and my magic will never be your magic, and the world needs everybody's creative magic. And it's doing the world and yourself a disservice by not sharing your personal magic, your personal perspective with the world. And it's so interesting because at the end of the day, the artist makes art for themselves. And our capitalistic society plants these thoughts in our minds subconsciously that if you're not making something for profit, or if you're not doing something with your time that ultimately has a guaranteed payoff, it's not worth your time. But our society has also failed us with that thinking because we are struggling with mental health more now than ever as a whole. And we don't have the tools to cope with it, and medication can only do so much. It doesn't just fix everything. And it's a serious issue. I mean, you know, I know we're past COVID and stuff, but like, you know, our world will make a big deal about millions of people dying from COVID. Whoops. But like, what about the millions of people who die from mental health issues like suicide? I mean, look and see how many people die from suicide. I'm not trying to get you down right now. I'm just thinking about this because this is relevant in my life right now in this moment. And you know, I'm painting, I'm making ASMR, I'm doing things to help my mental health as well as other people's mental health, because ultimately at the end of the day, your life matters. And if you do something just because you want to for your own mental health, that's enough of a reason to do it. Like, if it just makes you feel good in that moment, that's good enough. It doesn't need to be profitable. It doesn't need to be good at the end of the day. It just needs to be something that you can do and be proud of, or even if you're not proud of it. But best case scenario, you start to become proud of your own work. But worst case scenario, you're at least expressing yourself and your thoughts, and you're able to analyze, and it's just something kind of magical that happens inside of the human brain and psyche whenever they work on something creatively. And I don't know everything, but I'm sure there's a science to back it up somewhere. It's really, really important, and I hope that if you've been considering going to with you because art has been my savior and my lifeline every step of the way. And it's been the only thing that I can really count on in my life. And I turn to it whenever I need something to kind of guide me through my own emotions, or just guide me through life. And it's strange because as you meditate on the art and on the process, your mind makes all kinds of mental connections, and you'll have aha moments that have nothing to do with your painting. And it's like that. It's almost the meditative process of painting can cause different connections and synapses in your brain to fire, and all of that can make you walk away from the painting or art experience with so much more perspective, so much more to think about, I guess. Some darker blue, and it's like a dark turquoise green, and I'm mixing it in, really focusing on the shadows and the light transitions in this portion of the painting. My friend's calling, 1 second. I have to call her back. Oopsie. I'm noticing a few little things in the fingers as well, which the more you look at your painting, the more you'll notice, and it's ultimately a good thing, but if you're not careful, you'll find yourself resisting more information because it's like you just want to be done sometimes with the painting, and you don't necessarily want to see all of the mistakes, if you will, but you can't really think of it as mistakes. It's just incomplete little pieces of the pie that aren't connected. I'll definitely cut that part out of my video. When there's like all of these little tiny details, my advice is to not try to paint every single little detail all at once. Pass through it multiple times. in a painting, all of it is equally important. So even the couch is just as important as the eyes or the face. I know it's tempting to gravitate towards the face when you're painting a portrait, but a great portrait really captures everything around the face equally to the face. That's the best way I can put it. It's kind of it's a subtle thing that if you notice a lot of artworks, after I say that, you might notice a lot of artworks don't do that. Like, many artworks really just focus on one part of the painting, and that would probably be the focal point of the painting. But although paintings tend to have one focal point, it doesn't mean that all of the other parts of the painting aren't equally as important and shouldn't be addressed equally. Because I feel like if it has a strong composition, then the focal point will be the focal point, even if everything else is rendered and realized just as much. Chair here is starting to come along. Like in here doesn't look quite right. There needs to be a really gradual transition between dark green, medium green, and light green. A lot of times as a painter, we tend to blend, and in that process we thin out the paint. But instead of doing that, try to mix the gradual color shifts in between the gradient from light to dark. If you know what I'm talking about, you know. Otherwise, just dismiss. But a lot of times I do just blend everything in with my finger for the time being to just create a mental note of, all right, I need to go back in and add one more shade in between the light and the dark in order to create a more gradual progression from light and dark, and it makes the paint just feel a lot if you actually take the time to mix the gradient colors between the lights and the darks, the paint will just come off of the canvas in a totally new way. That's something that I think more experienced painters look for whenever they're looking at a painting. They look at, okay, are they blending the gradients? Like even in here is not quite a smooth gradient. Kind of, whoops, sorry. You can kind of tell how I blended it quickly rather than finding the shade in between this light shade and this dark shade here. But this shade is a good medium between the light and the dark, but it seems like there needs to be one more shade in between those two to just kind of, same with this one. So I do shorthand in my painting, and I kind of cut corners, especially in the beginning stages, but in the end stages of the painting progression, it's important that I take my time and mix the colors that are in between everything. So that's definitely something that to me just feels natural to graduate from one to the other. But if you don't know much about painting, if painting more realistically is something that you're interested in, keep that in mind for next time. There's little YouTube videos out there that you can look up about paint mixing, and that are usually pretty helpful. A lot of what I learned, not everything, but a lot of what I learned about paint mixing was from YouTube. I did go to art college, and I really focused on painting. That was my major. So I learned a lot in art college too, but you don't have to go to art college to access that information. You just have to maybe seek it out a little more. But I will say I've been graduated for a while, and part of me misses it. I have student debt, which is, I guess normal. I have more than I thought I did, but honestly, I really don't care. I know I'm supposed to care, but I don't. I guess I just am like, whatever, that's life. I knew I was gonna have debt. It's manageable, I suppose. But that's one of the reasons why I don't want to necessarily get my master's at the moment, although in the future I may get my master's, as part of me feels like maybe I would be a good art professor someday. I don't know if that would be too structured for me, but I feel like in my latter life, say in my 40s, 50s, 60s, I could see myself being able to really give back to the community through something like that. But part of me is like, okay, well, do I want to be an art professor, or do I actually just want to be an art teacher and have my own practice where people can come in for private lessons, which obviously right now neither options are really doable for me, which is fine because I actually really like my life, and I wouldn't really want to change it, but I might want to be an art teacher. Sometimes I think I'm kind of missing something, and I wonder if that's what it is. But I also think that feeling of missing something is kind of a chronic feeling that we all have, and we're all just searching for Jesus. We all just have a big Jesus hole in our heart. Okay. I'm kind of working on this upholstery thing. I might need to let it dry before I shade it anymore. And it's kind of nice and freeing because dropped on there plenty of times, and I've gotten back up, so it's kind of nice to know that I can flop. Like, I can have videos that don't perform well, that, whatever, and then later on I get my mojo back, and it's not like YouTube will kick me out of the algorithm or anything like that, because if they would have already by now, because I have been through hell and back with YouTube. I'm glad I'm in a good place with it now, but I've been demonetized on there. I quit YouTube for years because I was just so incredibly discouraged, and I literally fully gave up on it. At least I thought I gave up on it. And then I decided to give it another shot. And I attribute Cherie Lorraine as my inspiration to give YouTube another go, because I met her around the same time that I met her, I don't know, a while ago, and at that time I just wasn't making content on YouTube at all, and during that time she was really blowing up on YouTube, and it really showed me that, like, it is possible to have a solid community on there, and to find a rhythm that works for me. And at that point I had quit YouTube for 2-ish years, and really focused my energies on Twitch and on Instagram and TikTok over the course of that time. And then now I'm back on YouTube, and honestly I love it, and I'm so grateful for it, and I'm so grateful for my community on there. Really, really, really glad that I'm back in it. But it took a while, and I'm kind of finding a rhythm that actually feels sustainable in terms of content creation, because as an artist I have to spend a lot of time alone, and I have to spend a lot of time just recharging my battery, because otherwise I burn out, and that's not helpful for anybody, because if I'm burnt out I can't continue. And so in order to prevent burnout, I've been listening to the signals that my body tells me. If I need a break, I just take a break, and I trust that everyone who is supposed to be in my space will be in my space when I come back. It's that simple. But I take the break before I'm at the point where I'm ready to quit forever. Because that's where I was with YouTube. I was really ready to quit literally forever. And that's why I quit for literally 2 years. And in order to prevent that from happening, I pace myself, and I make sure that I'm creating content that energizes me and that's in alignment with who I am and that I can be proud of, but also that I feel like is sustainable. Something, I'm making ASMR and art because I actually have a love for it, so I can see myself doing this forever, honestly. And I have had times in my life where I've said things like, oh, I don't want to do ASMR anymore, but that was from a place of discouragement, of feeling inadequate, or feeling that there is no space for me in the ASMR community, which honestly, when it comes to online stuff, you gotta make space for yourself. It's not like there's a sea that parts and says, all right, here, this is is your time to shine. Get out there. Honestly, if you want to put yourself out there, you got to make space for yourself, commit to it, and do it regardless. You know, do it because you love it, because you're having fun, and because it brings you closer to your goals in life and it helps people. So just keep being passionate for what you love to do. When I started Twitch, maybe 2 years now, your channel was one of the first I discovered. Lowski, really? That's cool. What makes you get kicked out of the YouTube algorithm? That's a good question. I don't know. But I think one thing Okay, sorry, I'm checking my texts and stuff. What was I saying? One thing that might get you kicked out of the algorithm is if YouTube consistently, if they see consistently a lack of interest in the content that you are showing to your community, or if they feel that your content is not suitable for advertisements. Sometimes I think that might get it kicked out of the algorithm. Like, I have videos I've done well that were demonetized, or YouTube took down the ads, and I've seen a lot of ASMR artists who have great content, but YouTube can be a stickler about it. They're weird, and they take down the ads, and not always, but I think sometimes it can hurt the discoverability of that channel because it's not generating revenue. But that's not a fact, that's more of a speculation. So, and again, I've noticed a lot of ASMR artists putting out really wonderful content that gets the ads taken down and they have a good view count, but for whatever reason there for a while YouTube was not prioritizing me in the algorithm, and I would post a video and it would be really, really good and it just would flop. And it's weird because you really have to give the people what they want. And it's kind of one of those things where you have to make content for yourself, but you also have to take feedback. I mean, over the years I've had people tell me, hey, if you do this, maybe it'll help. I mean, even recently, even before this video, I had a recommendation from one of my YouTube videos to try to minimize the fan noise from my computer. And I already knew that was something I wanted to do, but I was putting it off. And instead of being like, oh, mad at him for telling me, I took his advice and I bought over $100 worth of cables to run my computer from the kitchen into this room. And it also took, I had to totally rearrange everything. It was a lot of work, but I really wanted to take this random person's advice because I know that they mean well and I know that they are trying to help. And there's a fine line between constructive criticism criticism and just criticism. And I saw it as constructive criticism. And I think over the years and over time, if every single time you make a video, you try to make it a little bit better than the last, over time, it'll pay off. And so when somebody, there's an airplane. When somebody makes a recommendation, sometimes I disagree. My content isn't for everybody. But I definitely listen and at least consider it. And if at the end of the day I disagree, that's fine, but at least I have more than one perspective. We're a democracy here. Okay, already this arm looks so much freaking better. It's stupid. It's literally stupid. But it's still not done. So, upside down it goes. Right there needs to be a bit more gradual. It's important as a painter to be open and willing to paint over the colors that you previously determined were the right colors, because as you add more colors to your painting, the colors around it shift, because that's just how colors work. So as the colors shift, as you add colors, the colors around it will look different. As that happens, you have to be open and willing to shift all of the colors around the color. I know that's a lot of color talk, but colors are really, really deep. Colors are everywhere and they permeate everything. And colors are so cool because they're an illusion, but they're real. For instance, purple only looks purple under the right lighting. And it only looks purple under the right lighting and with the right observer, because everyone perceives color differently. So I love how color is a really, really obvious example of perspective, and how your perspective and what you surround yourself with can change the color entirely. Not just the perception of the color, but the actual color. So I just find that to be an interesting thing. Titanic was such a great movie. I agree. Lowski, thanks for all the years of amazing ASMR and art tutorials. Oh, of course. Holy crap, your videos are doing well. 300k on your last painting vid. Yeah, I know. I'm finally doing well. I'm gonna work on right here a little bit. I've said it multiple times throughout this painting. I don't like painting all these little tiny details, but it's weird. I mean, if it's a detail in a face, really bothersome. But it's important to capture everything. And, sometimes I look at my paintings and I'm like, oh, it's riddled with incompletion and mistakes. Like, sometimes I feel that way. I think that's a normal feeling. But some of the incompletion, some of the mistakes are actually an interesting part of the actual painting. So don't be afraid if you look closely and there's a bunch of little moments that feel unresolved, or you can really see the brush strokes. Embrace that as part of your painting, because I'm telling you, paintings that are perfect are so boring. I mean, there's a balance because you want it to be perfect in its own right, in the sense that it just feels like everything kind of fits together. There's nothing in the painting that just kind of distracts you or pulls your eyes away from what you should be focusing on. To me, that's a really good sign of a good painting. But that has very little to do with how much resolve is in the painting. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, if you can see the brush strokes and if you can kind of see the process of the artist through the paint, an experienced artist might kind of work against that and feel bad that their process is showing, and you can kind of tell like where the brush marks are and all of that. But like, I personally believe that an experienced artist utilizes the evidence of their process as a part of the piece. For instance, the texture buildup. Some people might be, oh no, there's texture showing, it needs to be smooth, blah, 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 blah. But removing some of those bumps and warts throughout the painting can cause it to be stale and lifeless if you're not careful. So if you find yourself hyper-criticizing every little thing about your painting, just take a step back and realize it's probably better than you think, and some of those little imperfections could actually be good if you work it into what you have. So and sometimes it's just little tweaks here and there that can pull it all together. A lot of times we over-catastrophize or overemphasize mentally how terrible the painting is, and we're like, oh God, so much needs to be fixed. Like, there's so much I have to do. I mean, these are some of the thoughts that run into my mind, but often if you simplify what you're looking at, you'll realize that there's really not that much you have to do. You just have to do it. That's the hard part. So I'm always shocked at how subtle the final touches are and how subtle the completion of the painting actually is, because it's like you work so hard on it, literally like sometimes 100 hours on a painting. This one was probably 20 hours. And then you finish it, and then what? It just sits. Maybe someone will buy it, maybe not. I will put this one on my website for sale. Often people don't buy the paintings, and it just kind of hangs out. And one of the reasons I started incorporating my art with ASMR is because I wanted a place for my art to exist, because even if it doesn't sell, at least I have witnesses that it's here. Because if you're an artist, you know how lonely that feeling is, and it's something that happens all the time, where you make something and you pour your heart out into it and literally no one cares. Like, it happens a lot. You know that scene where they're on the Titanic and they are just at the edge of the Titanic and her arms are out, and it's just this beautiful, iconic scene of both of them together. And I considered painting that, but I felt like it was almost too iconic. That scene has been used and seen so many times, and I feel like this one, although it's iconic, it's underrated. I don't know if I've seen very many renditions of this particular moment in the movie. So, yeah, I don't know. What do you think? And plus, I think girls are pretty. They're way prettier than dudes. Even though I consider myself heterosexual, I still think girls are insanely hot, and I'm not afraid to say it. Like, okay, here's the thing, is I could probably kiss a girl or cuddle with a girl, but like, I would definitely be the one to break their heart, because I just don't want that. So I love my girly friends. I'm a girl's girl. I was bullied in school. I was like seriously bullied bad. And I had my feelings hurt a lot by girls, and finally, now that I'm an adult, I found my friends. I found my girlfriends. But it's taken a long time. Like, I've had a lot of friends come and go. I've had a lot of misunderstandings. But I've always had a deep desire for deep friendship connections, and especially among other girlies, because I always get along with dudes. That's no problem. I've always had guy friends. I've always understood men more than women. And part of it is because I'm on the spectrum, and women who are on the spectrum, their brains look more like a man brain than a female brain. And that made sense to me whenever I learned that, because I've always kind of just understood dudes more. And girls have always kind of perplexed me a little bit, even though I am one. Like, I'll get nervous, sometimes with girls, because I'm like, I don't want them to think I'm fake because I'm masking or something, like because I'm masking my autism or whatever. Like, that's a big common misunderstanding. People will just write me off as just being fake because they realize that something's slightly off or curated about my disposition. That happened a lot in like high school and stuff like that, but I'm not fake. I'm actually really, really sincere, and I love people. I love girls especially, even though sometimes I feel like that I struggle with that. I've finally found my community, that I feel super safe. I found those people that I can call up to hang out on the weekends friends, to go shopping, to make art, to talk to if I need that. And I think that that's really, really special. And people should value friendship, honestly, over, maybe not over their romantic relationships, but friendship is so freaking important that it's like life is just so sad and boring without friends. And I've spent a lot of my life without friends. Honestly, it's really sad. Like, I don't want to like throw a pity party for myself, but the majority of my life I've been very, very, very lonely, and I have gone to art and social media to like fill that void of loneliness. And I think it was over the last couple of years that I was like, you know what, that's not enough for me. I need human connection, not just like sexual human connection, friendship, human connection. And my friendships are so valuable to me because I hope I can keep them for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? I mean, some of them like will come and go, and I'm totally okay with that. But there's those few friends that I'm like, I really love them, and I hope that I can have them forever. And it's that real for me. Like, the amount that I love them is like, you know, almost like as deep as a romantic connection, even though it's not. So, yeah. Just a tiny bit of yellow. Okay, this is hard. It's like I'm really at those final touches stage. So the final touches are scary because they're so final. It's okay though. See, already doesn't that look better? Strangely. I feel like it needs to be going the direction of the arm. It's important when you're painting something to paint towards the direction of like the width or the expansion of the form rather than just the vertical expression of it. I mean, one thing my professor said one time was like, anyone can paint up and down. You give a child a crayon and they just paint up and down. But an experienced artist paints side to side as well. And that really creates the illusion of expansion. It sounds so simple. Everything I'm telling you about art is technically pretty simple. It's just not simple to achieve for whatever reason. I don't know why. I just know that it's like conceptually simple, but like the actual doing it is hard. But you can see I'm doing left and right horizontal brush strokes, which creates the expansion of the arm rather than it feeling flat like a stick. That looks good though. Looks really, really good. Okay. And it's so weird whenever I'm working on a painting because 9 times out of 10, I hate it. I hate my paintings. And it's not until the last final touches or maybe the last few hours of working on the painting that I am like, I have that euphoric feeling of, wow, I love it. I did it. It looks good. I mean, and it's strange because that feeling is so good whenever you feel like you made something awesome, but the actual making it sucks sometimes. I read in one of my favorite books, The Artist Way, I do do love The Artist Way. This one's from Art and Fear, and it talks about how a lot of us don't fantasize about making great art. A lot of us fantasize about having made great art. Slight difference, but very, very profound difference. And the difference is, we all want to be the person we all want to be the Quentin Tarantino, right? We all want to be the one who can just walk around feeling accomplished, that they made amazing masterpieces that impacted millions of people. But the actual doing it, that's a different part. We never really think about being in the trenches, putting in the hours, working our booties off. We don't think about that. But that's actually the majority of being an artist, is spent slaving away in the quiet where no one cares, and focusing on your craft in the silence, and with no guarantee that it will ever pay off, that anyone will ever care. But you have to actually be the type of person to commit to it in the dark, for that moment to happen where someone actually notices it, and for you to feel accomplished even if no one does notice it. You have to actually be the person who shows up and who commits to it. And that might not even apply to painting for you. It might be your work environment. It might be your family situation that you feel like is taking every ounce of energy from you. But you know that it's worth it because you're not letting go of the vision that you have for your future and your family. And yeah, everyone wants to be the family who is living the high life. But how do you get there? You actually have to work on the family dynamic and stay committed when it's hard and pay the dues, basically. You have to pay the dues. So it's just one of those things. Like, I feel like that in my life, I've shown up for my art and shown up for myself and believed in myself, and I continue to do that even if no one else does. And at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter if anyone else believes in you or if anybody thinks that you'll get to where you're going. It doesn't matter if they think you will. It just matters if you stay the course. Slow and steady wins the race. And I know in this microwave society, nobody wants to be slow and steady. We all just want fast. We want to get there fast. We want to get rich quick. We want to go viral overnight. We want to, whatever it is win the lottery. I mean, that's just our freaking society right now. That's the culture that we live in. It's just this microwave looking for the next quick fix to whatever problem we have. But that's not sustainable, and it doesn't create sustainable results. Slow and steady wins the race. It goes back to the whole situation of being burnt out, you know? I mean, you can work your ass off and then burn out, and then what? Or have a mental breakdown because you didn't listen to the warning signs, and then you lose your stamina, you know? Or you lose your traction because of it. I feel like that this arm is almost done. But we will see. Okay, that does look really nice. It feels like a pretty smooth transition from light to dark, which is what we're going for. I'm gonna flip it again, and for some reason too, when it comes to painting, keeping my mind somewhere else can often help improve the painting process, because I don't know, it's like if you focus too much on the actual painting itself, it can, it's like, sometimes it just is counterproductive, because it's like you're hyper-focused. Like often watching a movie while I'm painting, or hanging out with a friend, or talking, those types of things. I'm gonna work on the necklace now. I keep saying that. Actually, let me take a minute and work on, just make this darker black. It doesn't probably make a huge difference from where you're standing right now, but in real life, the paint shoulder needs to be a little bit more delicate. I don't know. Check up on my chats. Is young Leonardo DiCaprio the prettiest man ever? I don't know, maybe. Have you done an Insta, TikTok, or Patreon in that dress? It's still amazing how good it looks on you. Oh, thanks. I haven't, but maybe I will. You missed some gifted earliers, by the way. Aw, thanks, the double dances. I appreciate you. Okay. Okay, let me think. I do think that there's a little piece of information, a little highlight in her eye that I don't have quite right. Okay. There we go. That's better. Kind of. No, I think it's maybe a little too strong. Eyes are the window to the soul. So, it takes time to really, I'm adding your lashes. My dogs probably want to come into my room now. I have my door shut, but they miss their mama. Hang on. It might be good for me because right now I'm home alone, so I kind of feel bad for them right now because they don't have anyone to play with because I'm working on this, so. I think they'll be okay right now. Soon I'll take them for a little walk when I'm done here. It's crazy that paintings are just a bunch of paint organized a certain way to convey a message or an image. Again, I'm an overthinker. I think about weird things all the time. I often contemplate why I enjoy smearing like colors onto a canvas, but I enjoy it, so There's a monster in there. Okay, that looks good. Let's just take a picture again. I don't know, there's something not quite right about this back arm. It's just not quite right. I think it's this shadow in here. And I'm going to just step away and then come back to it. Take a little snack break. Which obviously I don't want to like leave you hanging, but this is probably too small of a brush. There. God. Such a simple part of the painting. It's just so hard to get it to look right. I'm so close to being done too. It's just a matter of time before it's totally done. Trying to mix the right color, but it keeps kind of evading me. It's either too dark or too light. Thankfully, you can always paint over. Like right now, I'm just adjusting the color on my canvas as I go. I really will need to probably take a break soon and eat, because my tummy is, it's getting louder and louder. Maybe that's a little bit better. It's almost like I don't want it to be done. It's like I spend the entire painting fantasizing about the moment when it's complete and imagining how good it'll look when it's done. But then when it's almost done, it's like I want to hang on to it. It's like finishing a good book, basically. It's a bittersweet feeling, I suppose. as in real life, like this particular image. It's just not super sparkly. Although I will see if I can add just a few little highlights in the necklace chain. Too much to it to where it feels like it's pulling the eye, you know, because I want the focus to be here, not so much on the necklace. Even though the necklace is important, I want it to be like you look at it and then you're like, oh, that's cool, and then you look back at the face, you know. My dogs are getting a bit restless. I'm probably gonna have to wrap it up soon. I'm back. I had to step away from the painting. I took my dogs on a walk and I realized that there are a few little moments in the composition that don't really set right with me. So, particularly right here. I'll show you what I mean. In this spot right here particularly, it just looks weird and it doesn't feel gradual. Or, I don't know, it's pulling my eye a little too much. So you can see just this big warm spot right there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip it. I'm also gonna flip my reference. And I'm just gonna work into it a little bit. So I have come to realize that this purpley color seems to be a nice transition color. I mixed so much paint earlier that I'm glad I did, because I'm having to use a lot more than I thought I would, really. Even though I have more left over than I thought I would have left over, I also just have more paint on the canvas than I thought I would need. Already that looks better. I feel like I do need a few tiny glimpses of the necklace in the shadow. I think that that's translating the way I want it life. You'll hear me say that a lot whenever I paint. I say something's true for painting, and then I say it's true for life. And because painting is weirdly connected to everything else. And you can learn a lot about life and about yourself and all of these things through art and through painting. So, yeah. Just, but for instance, if you're focused on something in your life a little too much, it's almost like it'll run away from you because you want to grab it, and it's like, no. Energetically, it's like, no. And it'll evade you. But if you focus on something else, energetically, it'll be like, whatever it is, be like, oh, come back, I miss you. So I just feel like that if you step away and come back, it's beneficial to paintings and to other things in life. Like, for instance, I model, and I find that whenever I'm not as focused on modeling, that's when the modeling opportunity is going to happen. And I have decided, after spending the last year focusing on modeling, to just kind of redirect my energy to my community online, take pictures and model here and there, but to not hyper focus on it too much, and watch, because I'm not doing that, it'll happen even more, because that's just how my life is. Okay, I wanted to kind of work on that little hand as well. This looks a lot better. That looks so much more gradual, and I really, really like it. It's like that with music too. I'm also a musician, I'm a recording artist, and I'm not always in the studio, I'm not always recording. But it's strange, whenever I step away from music, that's whenever those musical connections happen, when I start getting more ideas musically, because I'm not so focused on it. And a lot of times in painting, what ends up happening is we're searching for the answer or the resolution in a certain part of the painting. Like, it doesn't look right, but we're not sure why. So we keep kind of reiterating what we've already done before, but really what you need is a fresh perspective so that you can evolve the painting beyond what you currently have. And the best way to get a fresh perspective is to work on another painting or work on a different art piece altogether. Forget about that one for now. I wanted to make this feel just a little bit more soft. Okay. I thought her lips were done. I think they are, but there's just... I think that just a slightly bit darker. Okay. The other thing I'm wondering is her hair. If I just want to add a few little strands here and there. Okay, that might have been way too much. Oh, shiitake mushrooms. Dag nabbit. Okay. spit in my painting. Sometimes I just lick and spit. It's quicker than water, I suppose. Alright, is it done? That is the question. I mean, sometimes people ask me, how do you know when it's done? And usually I respond with something like, well, it's done because there's nothing else that you need to do to it. And that's true to a certain degree, but also there are always more things you could do to your painting. I mean, when does it end? Because you could work on it until the end of time, really. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick picture. You know what I'm gonna do after this? I'm gonna take a nice, hot, freaking shower. I wish I had a hot tub. Maybe someday God will buy me a hot tub. If I'm lucky. If I pray hard enough. Okay. Is that better? Maybe. Yeah, actually, I think that did it. Hang on. It's in here somewhere. There. I feel like that looks pretty accurate. Alright. I'm gonna say that this is done. Alright, it's gonna be tentatively done. I've spent a long time on this painting, hours, and I think it's worth it. It's beautiful. I'm gonna put it in my website and list it for sale, as well as the prints. So if you're looking for a print, I have that, or if you want something a little more expensive, then you can go for the original painting. But this was really, really great. Thank you so much for spending time with me and just joining me for this process. I can't thank you enough. Yes, I already showed the painting up close, but now that I made the slight adjustments, I'm going to show you again. Alright? You have no choice. I'm forcing you to look. In there, it looks a lot better than it did. It's not pulling my eye anymore. And I'll keep looking at it. There's a chance that I'll change my mind and notice something, but I'm pretty sure it's done. I mean, look at that. That's gorgeous. I love how the metallic just gives it a little something special. So, okay. This is a bittersweet moment. I'll see you later, and I hope that you sleep. I hope you sleep tight. Don't let